welcome to Headingley for the third Rothesay County Championship match in Yorkshire and Durham. The teams are as follows. Firstly, for Yorkshire.
Hi Archie. Okay, tie yourself. Alright, cheers. Morning. I think the one place that Durham supporters will be looking is the scorecard from Hampshire, where Surrey are 225 for 6 in their second innings, so they only lead Hampshire by 124 runs. So if Hampshire win that one, then Durham have to somehow win this one, and I'm struggling to see how they'll do that, given their inability to bowl teams out this year. So they are very much up against it. They're in the bottom two.
Yep, Sports Extra 2 today we're on, as well as the BBC Sport website and app, and of course the Yorkshire stream. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doidge on X or jonathan.doidge on Blue Sky, or Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and Marty will give you his details.
Yeah, we are cricket at bbc.co.uk or Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Here's Potts then, coming in from the Rugby stand end. Bowling here to Revis, who's on 28. The partnership between Revis and Hill yesterday worth 33. The last wicket was that of Mayank Agarwal, who got hit in the arm yesterday morning from a bouncer from Ben Rain, which I don't think he really saw. And he needed treatment on the field 3 times, but continued batting on with his arm bandaged up and managed to make 175. So Yorkshire 314 for 5, trail by 32. Potts comes in, and Revis plays this off to the cover area. And Durham have basically 24 overs, I think it is, isn't it, to get 4 wickets and maximum bowling points, but given the way things are, the bonus points really won't come into it, because if Hampshire aren't going to win their game with Surrey, they have lost fewer games than Durham, so Durham basically have to win this one to stay up. 2-dot balls so far. Potts comes in again. And Revis plays that one back to him along the ground. Umpires Mike Burns and Steve O'Shaughnessy. Steve O'Shaughnessy currently out at square leg. They've got their white boater hats on with black rims around them, black ribbons. It's a very pleasant day. It's 16 degrees the high today. There was quite a bit of cloud drifting in from the east off the North Sea. Certainly felt a lot cooler this morning walking into the ground than it has done the previous 2 days. So we're going to have a mixture of sunshine and cloud today. Potts again comes in. And that is played up to mid-on, no run there.
Happy 36th birthday as well to Yorkshire captain Johnny Bairstow today.
Yeah. After Adam Lythe's 38th birthday yesterday, and Lythe playing in his 250th first-class match as well. Quite a milestone. Potts gradually walking back to his marker and having a conversation with Rhodes and Alex Lees. Comes back in now to bowl. And Revis plays this out into the covers. Dot ball's gone off towards point in the end. The new ball is 6.5 overs old. So if Durham have got any hope here, they've got to use that new ball well and hope it brings them some wickets. It's generally been a fairly flat track and a good one for batting on. Durham all out yesterday for 346. So Yorkshire 314 for 5 at the moment. Potts comes in, and that's turned off the legs by Revis, down 2 long leg to Ben Rain, 1 run. Gives him under 29. So a single from the first over of the day as the sun pokes through the clouds again. The skyline of Leeds dotted with high tower cranes, none of which seem to be moving. What percentage of Britain's cranes are in Leeds city centre at the minute?
Friday, isn't it?
They all off.
Well, you know, building trade and all that.
It was about a year ago that we started work on our house extension. I can't remember them taking Fridays off. They do turn up quite early, builders, though, don't they? Seem to start early and finish early.
Certainly had a interesting time with a builder who was theoretically working on some work at a previous house and spent quite a lot of time working on somebody else's rather than this one, and still charging for it. Matthew Revis driving square to his first ball of the day from Ben Rain, who just overpitched it wide of off stump. He'll be happy to get going and move on to 33. Yorkshire 319 for 5, and now that deficit cut to 27 runs. Still to come, Don Best, Jordan Thompson, Matt Milnes and Jack White with the bat.
Of course, there are days when they're on site working. Once they've built the brick wall, they've got to let it dry, haven't they? So it'll take the cement about 3 days to dry. When they put the foundations in and cement them, that takes a few days as well. But was it other
At how
times?
much an hour?
Well, I don't know. Did your man do a good job at the other house?
He got kicked off before he finished it.
319 for 5. If you've got any building stories, feel free to get in touch. Or lack of building stories. If you're a tower crane driver. It's a song by Elbow, wasn't it?
Yep.
The Loneliness of the Tower Crane Driver.
Great album, that.
Yeah, very good.
Ben Rain has just been he's still making sure that the ball is in the condition he wants it in before he bowls his next delivery. So giving it a good wipe by the looks of things on the front of his shirt. And he's ready now. Comes into bowl to Revis. Ball that doesn't feel like it bounced quite as much as the length suggested it would, but he defended it well enough. So Yorkshire just got a bat here. Durham, well, they've got to try and wrap this up as quick as they can if they're going to push on for a win.
Is it just me, or does it seem a lot quieter today than it was yesterday morning?
Yeah.
You can hear a pin drop, can't you?
There's a smattering of spectators, but not as many as on the first 2 days just yet anyway. Rain is in, driven back at him by Matthew Revis, no run. 3 slips in place, there's a deep backward point. Graham Clark is in the covers, Potts at mid-off, Lee's at mid-on.
Parkinson's coming on to distribute towels around the players, because there's obviously a bit of dew on the grass, and when the ball's gone off for a 4, it's gone up against the fence and it's a bit damp over there.
Mid-wicket, Ghaffari, and there's also a long leg in place. There's Rain again. Oh, good delivery, Ben Rain. That's a beauty, isn't it? Just doing that little bit that's going to find a lot of outside edges. Matthew Revis playing inside it. Those who can see it again, that's a cracking leg cut delivery, isn't it? Oh,
yeah.
Really
Yorkshire Grumbler messaged last night and they said, the way I can see Durham staying up is either by beating Yorkshire or beating the result of Hampshire.
There's Rain again, this time bit of in-dip toward Matthew Revis, who's going to get it away to deep backward point for 1 run.
So he says, drawing if Hampshire lose or winning if Hampshire draw, neither of which are looking possible at this stage, but everything is possible in cricket. A 200 lead for Surrey could be interesting. The Yorkshire Grumbler also says, I don't think it matters how many bowling points Durham get, as Hampshire got 3 and the maximum Durham can get is 5, so adding those onto the table, you'd be tied. If you have matching results, then it comes down to most wins and fewest defeats, and Hampshire win on that one and stay up. So the only way you can see Durham staying up is by beating Yorkshire.
Rain in again, and George Hill defends the final ball of, barring his first delivery, a good over by Ben Rain. And you just, that leg cutter midway through the over, you've got to be good to get a nick on that, really, haven't you? So that's an absolute peach.
RT Mackham says, we've struggled all season to take 20 wickets. I can't see it happening in this game. Meldrew says it looks like Durham need to win. And Katie says, morning, I was supposed to be going on a mums and babies hike today, but I've got a cold, so I'm staying at home and listening to the cricket all day instead. Only 2 more days of this. How I'm going to cope without county cricket for 6 months, she asks. As Potts starts a new over from the rugby stand end, comes in and bowls to Revis. That's played up to mid-off, no run there. Katie, for those of you who may not know, was listening to our commentary when Durham played Surrey at the Oval in June, July, that 820 for 8 declared game, and she actually gave birth while listening to the commentary, so we had a new listener. I'd never come across that before. So.
No.
And then a few weeks ago she was able to go to a one-day game at Guildford and introduce a new baby to Churchy, who was on commentary with me at the time. Comes Potts, that's gone off towards point. Dot ball.
commentary must have been good to induce that, says Mr. Sharp at the back of the box.
Yeah. It was probably one of the dullest games I've covered because it was a Kookaburra ball game. And absolutely nothing happened for 4 days in the heat. I think the final afternoon, the temperature hit 35 degrees in Green Park just across the river. What's in? Revis plays this down to Beddingham at backward point, no run there. 320 for 5 the score. Revis has 34. Yorkshire trailed Durham by 26. Purely just about eating time up in the middle for Yorkshire. As long as they don't lose, they stay up. Again, it's quiet in the field. Can you hear any words of encouragement? Can you see anything going on out there among the Durham players?
No, it's fairly flat, isn't it, for, say, it's start of the day.
This comes in again, and Revis defends. It's gone to Ghaffari in the covers. Revis has gone to do a little bit of gardening. He's tapping 1 or 2 indentations on the track with the toe of his bat.
Pot's still wicketless in the match as well, which I didn't think I'd be saying in his 23rd over.
Next ball's gone off towards point for 1. He's not been anywhere near as prolific as he has been in recent seasons this year. Potts averaging about 40 per dismissal, which is quite a lot when you consider the seasons he's had.
What do you put that down to?
I don't know. He's averaging 42 per dismissal at the minute, 42.5. He's taken 28 wickets. Just looking, he took 33 wickets last year, 54 the year before, but last year he was with England a bit. Hasn't been with England that much this year though. Comes in again. That's turned off to the leg side, no run there.
He's in the squad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashes squad, yeah, I thought so.
This is his 11th game this season, so he's not missed that many. End of the over, 3-2-1 for 5.
Gary Sheridan, morning to you, says mixed feelings about today's game. On the one hand, it's always nice to see Yorkshire batting well for my friend Terry. On the other, I don't want to see my home county defeated. What's been your favourite moment of the season for Yorkshire this year?
It's a bit of a difficult one, isn't it?
Yeah, I have to think about that, Gary. As rain wide of off stump and Matthew Revis leaves. He'd be in there. I was talking yesterday to John Sadler when he was on about Matthew Revis's batting. And just personally, just for me, nobody else on the ground might have felt the same, but when he whacked a couple of sixes up the top side of the ground at York in that win against Essex, having watched him play since he started, and just the feeling that those couple of shots gave me about how he feels about his own batting, they were 2 cracking moments for me. The way he picked him up dismissively, he's just ducking beneath this Ben Rain short ball. So in terms of the sort of little moments like that, that would be there. You could throw in a few of those Imam innings in the One Day Cup. It's hard to put particular one moment on the season. A win against Lancs in the T20, always handy. A relative rarity, especially over there. It's in behind this. Revis pushes back to Rain once again, no run. Clearly, obviously, you can't pinpoint it with a trophy moment because there's been a dearth of those for some time. Really good moment with the women's team down at New Road. just a couple of weeks ago. That was pretty good as well. In comes Rain once more. Punched into the offside this time by Revis. Timed that well. Clark's in the covers to field. No run. There's been a passing aviation of the day, yeah. Ben Nielsen, good morning to you. He says, to paraphrase Dory, just keep batting. The remaining danger in this game is if Durham can get a lead and declare with too many overs left. If Hampshire were to lose before that, it would change everything. Permutations. Here's Rain again. Revis turns that to mid-wicket where Ghaffari does the fielding.
Permutations. It's one of those words where you can spell it in that many different ways. I don't know what you call that. Sort of words like what it means. So again.
Yeah, I know what you said.
Yes.
No.
Derek Allen says, it's the last day with you today for Ellie. She wants to thank you for another season on the mic and we'll be back. She's off to winter very well in Mandurah in Perth in Australia. Well, good luck, Ellie. She's going over there as a player coach. So, big adventure awaits. From Northumberland to Mandurah.
Yeah, have a great time. Here's Rain bowling to Revis, who once more defends. So Yorkshire have added 7 to their overnight 314 for 5 in the first 4 overs of the day. All quiet, still 25 runs behind. Did I mention I'm going out to Australia? Might just have mentioned that a few thousand times this season.
Oh, yeah. Any reason?
First time, I've never been before, so I'm looking forward to going to Adelaide and Melbourne.
We were in Adelaide for the Cricket World Cup in 1992. And I hope it's improved because that's just... Unfortunately, the bad weather came in and wrecked the match. We were watching England play Pakistan. I think England bowled Pakistan out for something like 79 or something like that. And then they were early in their innings and it started to rain and it just didn't stop and the game was abandoned. Pakistan went on to beat England in the final.
Yep.
We had about 5 days in Adelaide. So Potts starts a new over and we'd gone there because a friend of ours who was with us, her sister was living there, so we'd spent the first night out at this on the coast in a sort of coastal resort in a motel, but it was like a really wild night, stormy night, and it was out of season, end of February, beginning of March, and after one night there we moved into the city centre, but the weather just wasn't very good for the majority of the time we were there, and just felt there's very little to do. But I think if I went back again, that's a wild bouncer from Potts. Is that going to be allowed? Standard does. I would research it. I don't think we had a car while we were there either, whereas when we'd been in Perth for 9 days we had a car and we did a lot of driving around, and Perth was lovely. Did get the tram out to the down to the port one day at Adelaide. Got an album, Rosie Vela album for $1 Australian in a second-hand shop, which I listened to on me Walkman. But Sydney was great. Sydney was one of those cities where you really feel like you're somewhere good, you know. There's not many places in the world like that. I think New York's similar. So Potts bowls here to Hill, plays it out through mid-wicket for 1 run. Vancouver is a sort of place in Toronto where you're there and you're thinking, wow, this is a great place to be. So I would like to go back to Sydney and spend a bit more time there, but it is also just such a long way away. 27 hours travelling back.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah, especially when 2 hours into the flight your legs start to twitch, you know, and you get leg twitch when you're tired. I so enjoy it.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to it now. What's those cancellation terms?
Yeah. In comes Potts again. That's played to backward point, no run. There's the vineyards you can go and visit there, can't you? Hardy's are based out there. I forget what the valley's called, just inland from Adelaide. Some nice places around there, just we didn't have a car. So how long are you there for?
Just over a couple of weeks.
In Adelaide?
No, it's Adelaide, about 9 days.
I would probably hire a car.
8 or 9 in Sydney.
Sydney's a fantastic place. We stayed in Manly Beach and we got the ferry across to the harbour each day. What a great commute that must be to go to work. In comes Potts with a shortish ball pulled to deep square leg by Revis to Clark. 1 run. The deficit drops to 23 at 323 for 5.
Yeah, hopefully it won't get rained off.
We saw England beat Australia in Perth. In Sydney, that was a cracking night.
That was the first coloured kit World Cup, wasn't it?
Yeah.
1992.
92, yeah. In comes Potts, bowls. Ball playing off to the cover area, no run there. End of the over, 3-2-3 for 5, so the deficit 23. Yeah, it was because Durham became a first-class county in 1992, so we were at the World Cup just before the cricket season started here. And there's a picture of Durham's first one-day game against Lancashire, which was played at the racecourse ground at Durham City. And it was a one-day game played in whites. And I look at that photo, there's a painting on the wall in the media centre at Durham, and I look at that sometimes, and I was at that game, and you forget they were playing in whites. I think the coloured kit came in England the next year.
Ben Ryan's going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end. Ball here to Matthew Revis, 2 slips in place. David Beddingham's coming in a catching position, just 2 strips away at a sort of short straight mid wicket, and he feels that ball turned into the leg side by Rev. So yeah, slow, quiet start, and this is, whatever the conditions, generally consistently the most difficult time to bat at Headingley, especially this time of year. Bit of dew around, bit of moisture, and as we've seen, you can get something out of the pitch. Ben Rain with that particular delivery earlier on, a little bit of wobble about that ball is just bowled to Revis, who ran it down towards third man for 1. 37 to him. Partnership now worth 43 for this 6th wicket. George Hill added just the 1 to his overnight score face. Just half a dozen deliveries so far this morning. Rain balls to Hill, who plays slightly away from his body, just drops that down square on the offside. There is again no run. Surrey have lost another wicket this morning, 237 for 7 now, leading by 136 runs, 3 wickets remaining. But if they could add another 40, 50, something like that, they've got a bit to bowl at. They might give a fair bit to do. Notice that Jimmy White's grandson, bowling left arm spin, took a wicket in that match yesterday. 17 years of age, I think. That's Rain bowls to George Hill. Elsewhere, Essex 318 for 3, 117 behind Somerset with 7 wickets in hand. So they'll be happy enough with life right this moment in time. Worcestershire, well, they've made Sussex bad again because they're 60 in front, but they've only got 1 second innings wicket remaining. So Sussex on the brink pretty much of securing their future in Division 1 as Rain bowls an in-ducker. George Hill has to be watchful. Plays it to Alex Lees at mid-on. Down at Trent Bridge, the champions are enjoying a bit of a celebration because they have Warwickshire at 17 for 3 on the field of play. I'm sure there'll be a fair few celebrations at some point, either today or tomorrow. Warwickshire only 99 in front. Turns again. Final ball of the over is turned into the leg side by George Hill, who's going to pick up a single and keep the strike. 25 to him, 37 to Revis, 325 for 5. Scores elsewhere in Division 2. Leicestershire leading by 345 with 8 wickets remaining, are 105 for 2 in their second innings. At Lords, Gloucestershire 153 for 3 in response to Middlesex's 634 for 9. Glamorgan are 48 for 2 in their second innings against Lancashire, and that is a 61-run deficit for Glamorgan. Still 8 wickets remaining though. The other match is at Canterbury, still in just the second innings of the match there as well. Kent 137 for 3. That is a deficit of 561 runs. 7 wickets remaining. First change of bowling of the day. Daniel Hogg.
Running in towards us from the far end of the ground. It's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Went for a meal last night near the hotel, and the lad who was serving us was chatting about football. So I said, "Where are you from?" He said, "I've lived in Leeds all my life." And, who do you support? And I think was it Fenerbahce or Galatasaray for family reasons. So, Hogg balls and an attempted cut there from Hill through to the keeper. And I'm thinking, well, Alan Rhodes just down there. It's a bit nearer.
And there's obviously some history with Galatasaray.
Yeah, I think this lad might have been Fenerbahce. I think he said Fenerbahce are in Istanbul, aren't they? I think it must have been relatives from there or something. 325 for 5 as Hogg comes in and bowls. That's played off into the covers. Dot ball. So the deficit is 21. Sun is shining. Bit of a sort of hubbub of conversation from the seats below us. Coming in and bowls, and again Hill plays that back to him. Doing a very good job, these two. They've been together quite some time now. The partner. Hogg with a little hop, starts his run up, comes in and bowls, and Hill leaves that one. It's gone low through to the keeper.
Got your email from Bernie with regard to the microphone cutting out when there's silence. I've heard this from many people actually.
You have?
Yeah, oh yeah. But
I forwarded it on to the team on BBC Sounds to see if they've got any ideas what it might be, because I've never come across it before.
No. Not sure. Not sure if it's something to do with my kit or what.
In comes Hogg, that's left alone. That is the end of the over.
If it is something to do with my kit, then you won't have to worry about it beyond tomorrow, because ISDN facilities are being cut by BT by the end of 2025. So this bit of kit that's served me well for the last 25 years.
Is that your own, is it?
Yep, will be obsolete.
Take it to Glensound and get them to modernise it.
And then next season, if it carries on cutting out, it's not my kit. We'll have eliminated that. I'm not sure is the answer, but as I mentioned to one of our listeners during the Essex match at York, we're broadcasters, not sound engineers, and we're not fortunate enough to have a sound engineer alongside. We're not test match special, as Ben Rain bowled that first delivery of the over, and it was wide of Matthew Revis's off stump and he leaves. So, I've done many broadcasts across various sports on this kit since about the year 2000. And it's only on the cricket that it ever gets mentioned. So I don't know if it's to do with the link up to the streaming service. Possibly that. As rain is in, and that's turned backward of square leg by Revis, and they get a single. You know, I've listened back to broadcasts. I could play you a few commentaries on rugby league games, football games that have been on this kit, and it never cuts out. After somebody's scored a try and you stop talking, it carries on. You still hear the crowd fully in the background. It doesn't go to silence. So I don't know. It might be something to do with the fact that it's hooked up to the stream. Won't need to worry about it, I don't think, after tomorrow. Good morning, Sharpie.
Morning.
Ben Rain is in, and George Hill turning this one to Ghaffari in the leg side. There is no run. First half hour, steady progress.
I would suggest that the Yorkshire members in the dressing room, Yorkshire's dressing room, will be pretty happy this morning. It's a beautiful morning. It really feels like a batting day. The ball, I mean, in the first 2 days of this game has done most in the first hour of the day. Not so much this morning.
Rain is in and bowling, and George Hill again. Watchful turning this one.
I presume, Jonathan, that Durham did take the new ball yesterday at 80 overs, and so it's now 13 overs old, but so it's not too old, but definitely, I mean, from what having watched this morning, I can only recall one ball really beating the bat. A magnificent delivery from Ben Rain that nipped off the seam and beat the outside edge, and I think in light of the fact that it's not seamed around as much in the morning, he's trying now to use his skills and bowling some induckers.
George Hill has just eased this one out, square on the offside, and good support from Matthew Revis. They get through for a single. Marty's just saying that the commentary on the BBC Sport website and app is fine and doesn't cut out. It's only on the stream, so I'm guessing it must be something to do with the link up between my kit. It's basically just a lead that plugs into the back of my kit that goes to the stream to provide the commentary on it.
What I can say to you is, before I came into Headingley yesterday, I watched the first half hour at home.
Yep.
And there was some on the live stream. I watched it on the live stream. There was some cutting out, definitely.
It's Rain wide of off stump, and that is left by Matthew Revis to complete over number 94 of this Yorkshire first innings. So still 16 overs available for either of these sides to add to their bonus point haul. Yorkshire have got 2 of those at the moment, and Durham have got, 2 of those with the bat, I should say, to go with the 3 they got with the ball. Durham managed 2 with the bat and have picked up so far just the 1 with the ball.
I would think that if Yorkshire get to 350, they'd be really happy with that bonus point wise, and I think that clearly the plan will be to bat all day if possible and bat as long as possible.
Here's Hogg, and George Hill walking into that, plays it top of the bounce into the offside.
You feel as though, Yorkshire would have to be a bit irresponsible and make some poor mistakes for this to drift away from them now. I mean, in light of the fact, it just looks very comfortable for batting. Easy pace. It's not, like we said just a little bit earlier, it's not done much this morning. And they feel that they look comfortable at the crease. I mean, that in itself is very comforting from a Yorkshire perspective.
Here's Hogg again, and Hill plays to mid on, no run. Of course, if they do, there may be, a little bit of the thinking of if we just make sure we get to 110 overs as well, and without losing another wicket, and Durham are only going to get the 1 bowling point. There could be a bit of that in the thinking.
Yeah, I think it's just to be sensible and play low risk cricket as long as you can.
Here's Hogg again. George Hill, nice little leg glance. He's going to get 4. Fine down the leg side. Balance there, just leaning away slightly to the offside as he took it. And Yorkshire 331 for 5, and the applause that you are hopefully hearing, if things are not cutting out, is because the 6th wicket partnership is now worth 50 from 119 balls. So well done to the pair of them. George on to 30, Revis on 38, Hogg bowling to Hill, and that, played to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, there's also that thing, as I was saying, when you were at the back of the box there, that, you know, on a daily basis, that first 30 minutes to an hour here, whether the sun's shining or not, you've still got to be a little bit on the careful rather than carefree side.
Yeah, I'll speak after this ball, Jonathan.
Hogging again, and George defends.
Yeah, I think, it's that time of year. It's September. We're going into the autumn. It's cooler and colder at nights, and there's a bit of dampness around in the evenings. The covers have been on all night. Generally, you'd find that the surface would be a bit colder on a morning, and there may be just an element of that slight dampness just sitting on top from the dew. It's been on the cars this last 2 or 3 days, so it's bound to get on the grass, and that would help the ball nip around a little bit.
Yeah, Hogg to Hill, who's turning this one to leg. Again, no run.
Certainly, I mean, from the evidence of what we've seen this morning for those first 15, 20 overs, it's been a huge challenge for the batters. And, Durham 7 for 2, 50 for 3 first innings. Yorkshire had a real but like I say, this morning, again, the ball was, still only 10 overs old when we went into the game this morning, but it's like I say, it just looks far more comfortable for batting, easy paced, and like we've said earlier, there's only one ball that's beaten the bat.
Yeah, Ben Rain going to continue, 2 slips, still deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, 2 men in the leg side, one at a more regulation mid-wicket, Ghaffari, the other one at a straight mid-wicket in a catching position, plus long leg. Good delivery here, and there is a beating of the bat because Matthew Revis has been given out LBW, and that looked at a good shout from Ben Rain. Well bowled to him once again. 4 for 44 now, Ben Rain. What a feature he's been in this match for Durham. Yorkshire have lost their first of the morning. Revis gone for 38 off 116 balls, including 3 fours.
Looked pretty dead from first glance. We can see the replay coming up in a second, I guess. But that's just rewards for Ben because he's stuck to his guns. He's obviously a very, very smart cricketer, and he's realised that it's not nipped around as much this morning. Here comes a replay.
Yeah, I think that's missing off.
You mean
it tails in quite sharply, doesn't it?
It does. It's one, but
leg stump.
I'm guessing it's hitting leg stump.
Yeah,
I would think that would be the case. But like you say, it's smart bowling, isn't it? He's recognised that he's not nipping around as much this morning, and he's bowling some alternative deliveries. He's angling it into the batsman, and you've got to say that it's been so tidy as well that it's just rewards for him. Obviously a very, very smart thinking cricketer.
Yep, and it means that Durham get a second bowling bonus point then.
Yeah, just watching Matt Revis walk off the pitch. I've been at the awards dinner last night, and Matt got the Player of the Year for Yorkshire. There's a lot of talk about his 300s on the bounce. And, it was nice to see him come up and pick that trophy up. And, a great credit to how the boys are developing here. Anthony McGrath was up and said a few words and spoke, very highly of this group.
Here's another one, Don Bess, who, of course, has been skippering in part this season when Johnny Bairstow's not been around. First class 100 for Yorkshire. One besides that. 15 the deficit then, and now 4 first innings wickets in hand. He's thrown in one up wide of off stump Ben Rain, first delivery. Best not happy enough to watch that go by.
Clever bowling. I mean, the lads will have been watching from the dressing room, and they'd have been looking at him angling it into the right-handed batter, and Dom may have been expecting that. He'll know what's going on, and he's been watching in from inside the dressing room, and then he's just held its line, that one, and just slightly gone the other way, and it's very smart. New batsman's come in, and he's challenged him already.
Here's Rain. This time Bess asked to play and does so, defending. York's depressed.bsky.social says the feed commentary also cut out on the matches when you weren't involved, so it's the YouTube stream and not you. Well, when I say not you looking at you, I mean not you meaning me. Okay.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I'm pleased it's not my fault again.
Once a season. Here's Rain. Another one wide of off stump. It's away from Bess, but he watches it go by. Neil Dutton says, morning Dodgy, massive day today. Would prefer to avoid a right down to the wire situation, so could you arrange for Yorkshire to bat all day, please? Thanks in advance. It was starting well enough in that respect, but things have changed slightly. It's jonathandoige.bsky.social if you want to get in touch on Blue Sky, as Bess again called upon to play this delivery, pushes it out to Graham Clark in the offside, and there is no run. Getting quite warm up here in the com box again today. Lovely sunny scene at the moment. Just giving that ball a good drive for Ben Rain as he makes his way back to his mark. And he comes again then. Another sharp inducker. Bess gets his bat on this to complete the over at 331 for 6. Richard Mills says, morning Dodge, you can't believe where the season's gone. Thanks to yourself and fellow commentators from Millsy, basking in the East Coast sun in Suaby.
Oh, it's nice all over the country then.
Ben Nielsen also corroborates the sound cutting out issue. Daniel Hogg at the Howard stand end to bowl end to George Hill. Just one slip in place when George is on strike. He's whipped that one away nicely off his legs. But there is a sweeper in the form of Graham Clark, who cuts it off just before the boundary up the northeast corner. 2 runs. George on to 32. 3-3-3 for 6. Trailing by 13 now.
Triple Nelson. I don't believe in it.
You know?
No.
Here's Hogg.
Told you.
Again off his legs.
Told you, didn't I?
George Hill, 1 run.
Nice little single, 3-3-4. Job done.
Job done. Did you ever get out for 1-1-1?
Got out for 11. Not sure.
And won. 111 times.
I'd have been happy to get out for 1-1-1 or 2-2-2 or 3-3-3.
I never got out for 1-1-1. Like you, Marty?
I got out for 99 once against Kent, Tunbridge. That was devastating. Cut a long up straight to backward point.
Hogg bowling to Bess, solidly behind that no run. Yeah, see, we paying spectators, we wouldn't have had a moan about that obviously at the time.
Well, I was under a slight bit of pressure because Boyks had got to his 100 and we were declaring. We wanted to declare to leave Kent a target. So I was 99. I got 1 over left to get me 100. And Illy was manager, Ailing with me, and he gave me the wave to say 1 more over. So I got 6 balls, and Laurie Potter was bowling some little seamers, left arm seamers. And
Hog to best, turns it to leg, no run.
And he bowled. I smacked one to mid-off, I smacked one to extra cover, I smacked one to mid-on, I smacked one to mid-wicket. So every ball I nailed it, and I hit it straight to a fielder, and he got to the last ball. And I had to, it was it, we were declaring. Mm-hmm. So he bowled me this wide long up, and my eyes lit up, of course, and I just leant back and smashed it straight into the hands of Graham Johnson at backward point.
Hog to best, pushed to mid-on. Oh, Alex Lee's the ball takes an awkward bobble as he's going down to pick it up, and he's ended up with a misfield and costing Daniel Hogg and Durham a run.
Yeah, and I just stood there, I couldn't believe what had happened, and there was a very famous Australian cricketer stood at first slip who was actually a good mate, because I met him as an 18-year-old in Perth in Western Australia, and that was Terry Alderman. And he just went, "Sharpie," that Australian. I said, "What you doing, mate?" And that was it. I had to walk off at 99. Suppose it's better than making 11, though, isn't it? Or 1.
Yeah. Or any other score short of 99, really.
Yeah.
Hill turned that one to leg, final ball of the over, and picked up another single to take his score to 34, 336 for 6, 10 behind now Yorkshire. No, I've never out on 99 or 111.
What was your top score, Jonathan? What was? I mean, you know, I know that you were a very fine left-arm seam bowler, but talk to me. I mean, you know, the records speak for themselves.
Not quite at the same level of cricket as you. I did get 114. In fact, I got 111, but I was not out, so I didn't get out on 111.
And obviously you're in the all-rounder category.
I'm going to cut your microphone in a minute. Here's rain, and that's turned to leg by George Hill. No run.
Well, that wouldn't be for the first time, would it?
No.
You've done it every time. You've done it every time I've been on with you.
It'll not be for last.
Oh, it means you're going to have me back.
Well, I mean, when I've thumbed through everybody else in the contacts book, yeah, and they're all unavailable. Yeah,
well, then now I understand why you contacted me the day before Wednesday, because you couldn't get anybody else, so I was the last resort.
Here's rain, and that's down the leg side. George Hill's had a flicker at it. They're starting their celebration, but Thibaut Shaughnessy is not joining in with it. The truth of that was that there's been so much going on that actually I got to the end of last week's match at Hove and thought, I looked in my diary and thought, oh, hang on a minute, I've not sorted out anybody to come and commentate with me for next week.
And Sharpie's got no to do, he don't do anything,
yeah,
so I'll get him in.
He'll only be sitting in a coffee shop or somewhere reminiscing, so he might as well come and do it on air.
Absolutely. I'm delighted you asked me, thank you very much.
Here's rain wide of off stump, and that is left by George Hill, who's been very watchful this morning. 23 he was overnight. He's been out there for 50 more minutes, and he's now faced another 31 balls and added, 11 to his score.
11?
11. 23 to 34, 11. Even our big range maths. We got you there. Here's rain, and that's solidly blocked by George Hill. No run. I drove past Abbey Grange on my way into the ground this morning, your old seat of learning.
Yeah.
I've noticed that the Kevin Sharp wing is there.
Of course. It's been wonderful to come back this last 2 months, and it's like sat here today, and I first walked through the door here 50 years ago, and I just think, wow, it's great. It's great to be back. But the other day I actually drove down Butcher Hill past my old school, and just Reminiscing, and I pulled up for a couple of minutes and had a look round. It was awesome.
Ooh, good delivery, Ben Rain. That's nipped in. And that is a very good leave, George Hill. Can't have been so far away from the top of off stump.
Yeah, and then I drove past where I grew up in Meanwood at my mum and dad's. Lived there for the first 20 years of my life, and just sat outside and had a look at the house. And I wanted to knock on the door and say, "Can I come in and have a look around?" No, it's lovely to come back and just catch up on where you grew up. It's a fabulous feeling.
There's rain again. And, George Hill punches the back of his bat. I think he feels he should have got that wider than Alex Lees and picked up a single, but he couldn't and didn't. 3:36 for 6 at the end of that over, which means we've now had precisely 12 so far this morning. Hill 34, Bess on 1, and Ben Rain 25 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 44. Those are excellent figures. And we've got another helicopter, as we had yesterday, away to the right, just down the southwest corner of the ground at the moment. Maybe they're on the lookout for you. Hogs in. Bess turns that one to leg, and Clark will field, no run.
Well, it could be mountain rescue. I do like climbing a few hills. It's a bit harder these days than it was a few years ago, but...
Walked out the back just before we came on air. And a couple of guys in fluorescent jackets with fire on the back of them. I said, "You're worrying me, you two. What's going on?" "Oh, no, sir. We just got to check everything's in place." What's that? The tinderbox as Hogg, I should say, was in and bowling, and Don Bess left that one.
Just talking about reminiscing, I also ticked one off the bucket list the other day. We walked the Meanwood Trail from Golden Acre Park right through past Headingley Golf Club, through Addle, and then into Meanwood Park, where I used to go to primary school at Green Road, and just reminisced. It was fantastic.
Lovely spot, Golden Acre Park. Hogg once again. Ball that's angled in towards the right-handed Bess, who firmly punches it back to the bowl. He really does look like he's on stilts, doesn't he, Daniel Hogg? I mentioned yesterday when you weren't around, I think, that he reminds me of Sticks in Ormondroyd. Former Bradford City and Aston Villa. Maybe partly because of the blonde hair as well.
Not Peter Crouch.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, that sort of thing to it.
It's got a camera. It's not a police helicopter.
It's not a police helicopter, says Marty. Got a camera on it. Interesting. Disappeared from view for the moment as Hogg bowls to Bess. Still looking for his first boundary dom. He's on the 1 so far. Matthew Potts fielded that though in the covers. Beautiful day. There's some cloud over in the distance to the east and a little bit of fluffy stuff just passing by down the bottom end of the ground, but one couldn't wish for anything better than this on the 26th of September, really, for a game of cricket this late in the calendar year, as Hogg pushes one down the leg side and Bess has a little flick at it and misses.
Well, it's a nice way to finish the season, isn't it? On days like this, there's 1 or 2 members with T-shirts on down there, so you can't argue with that, can you?
Hogg back at his mark for the final ball of this over. To Bess, who gets something on this. It might have been thigh pad. Yep, Michael Burns kind of giving his leg by signal early. They patted his thigh a few times before he gave the proper signal, as it were, but 1 run added. Bess 2, Hill 34, 337 for 6. And Bagpuss Postgate says, can you ask Kevin if he remembers the one-day thrash played on the rugby pitch? I had a lovely chat with him. one-day thrash played on the rugby pitch?
Over here, yeah, on the rugby ground here. Yeah, I do remember this vaguely, because we went through a period where there was some benefit stuff going on and charity stuff going on, and we actually played over there, put a mat down, had a game, and then we actually had a game at Old Trafford on the football field, and also played at Don Valley Stadium in Sheffield, and played and at Hull KR. So those are the four that I remember on an alternative venue, let's say.
Matthew Potts in a change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end. Throws that one up wide of Don Bess, who's not tempted to have a drive at it.
And was Kevin Sharp in for a try?
Oh no, I couldn't. That rugby game, God, that was hard, wasn't it? I can remember back in the day, because we got to know one or two of the rugby lads over there, and there's a lot of sort of love for each other really, and sort of admiring each other's sport. And one day we were practicing down here in front of the old pavilion, and Gary Schofield wandered over to
Potts to Bess, punches into the offside, but Clark fields.
Yeah, and Gary used to like to come across and just say hello, and occasionally watch a bit of cricket and sit with the lads for a little bit. As a top guy, and at the time he's a legend, isn't he? I mean, he still is. He was Leeds captain, Great Britain captain at the time, and I can remember him coming over and standing behind the nets, and I was batting in the nets, and ball was going through chest high and head high and that sort of stuff, and I can remember him stood behind going, "Oh my God, what's going on?" He's like, oh.
Potts wide of off stump and cut by Bess, one of his strongest areas, and he's picked up a couple. They took that one off in the previous over that they'd gone on when it was adjudicated as a leg bye. They've put him on 3 now, which is correct, I think. 3:39 for 6, 7 behind.
Yeah, and Gary was like stood behind, and when it's like if you stand behind a cricket net sometimes and you're not used to it, it feels really quick, doesn't it? The ball's coming through, hitting the net, and you're stood 3 yards behind, and Gary was mortified. He's like, "Oh, what's going on? This is so fast."
Potts. Oh, lovely shot by Don Bess there. That is his first boundary. Matthew Potts allowed him to get on the front foot, and he's got his hands through that. Beautiful drive through the covers for 4, 7 to him, and now Yorkshire just 3 behind.
Anyway, I came out the nets a few minutes later, and he was stood behind, and he was like pale. He says, "Oh mate," he says, "how can you do that?" He says, "How can you face a ball at that speed?" And I looked at him and I said, "Are you kidding me?" I said, "How can you do what you do?" He says, "No." He says, "That's easy." I said, "No, mate, no, it's not. Not easy at all."
Potts making his way in from the Kirkstall Lane end, and back foot punch this time from Bess out to the sweeper. Another single. 3:44 for 6. Down to 2, the deficit. Yeah, I mean, obviously, no. It's going pretty well as well from doing stuff, commentaries with him and all that. Done a few evenings with him, and I did a podcast with him quite a long time, probably 15 years ago now, called Yorkshire Sporting Heroes, which does still exist on YouTube. It's just like a one-off, doing a bit for another radio station, and I remember talking to him about facing up to Mal Meninga. This is wide of off stump, and Hill leaves to complete the over at 3:44 for 6. Time for me to go in a moment, but Mal Meninga, for those who are not rugby league fans, huge tank of a man, mountain of a figure, who played centre for Australia, captained them and all that. And Scoey was up against him when he was an 18-year-old. He went on tour down under at 18 in 1984, and he sort of self-deprecatingly said that he was thrown around by Meninga like a rag doll, but actually when you watch the footage, he stood up to him pretty well. I mean, sometimes you just can't stop blokes who are that big, can you? But yeah, scary proposition, but in a different way to facing a 90-mile-an-hour delivery, I guess. Kev, Marty's coming back into the chair, and I'm going to disappear for a bit, and Kevin Sharp will continue, and it's going to be a change of bowling. at the Howard stand end because Shafiqullah Ghaffari is coming on. 2 for 86 from 16 overs and 1 maiden yesterday. Welcome back, Marty.
Yeah, and Durham have 10 overs in which to try and get another 3 wickets. So Ghaffari is going to bowl to Dom Bess, who is on 8. He's off spinning his legs. That one's a full toss, which is paddled around the corner. 2 runs, and that means they are now level, Yorkshire. Doing their bit here to make sure of their first division survival. You're not on, hang on. There you are, go on.
Yeah, the members seem happy. They're quite quiet, but I think that they are just enjoying what they're seeing.
That's a strange shot from Bess. He was in about 9 different minds there. Looked to play it, and I'm not really sure what it came off. It just ended up in front of him. Keeper standing up with the stumps obscuring our view. So Ghaffari comes in again and bowls. Bess plays that back to him along the floor. Ghaffari's been playing for Richmondshire in the North Yorkshire South Durham League. Nice little cricket ground there, just off the town centre. Played for Afghanistan under-19s, and oh, that should have been out. That's an edge from Bess, and it's gone past the keeper. And Potts at first slip was wrong-footed, and he's missed it as well. It was a perfectly good catching height chance there, and that's Yorkshire taking the lead. But that should have been a wicket. Bess should have gone there.
Don't look as though he's picked it up really. I mean, he's rocked back to cut. May well have been blinded by the keeper for a while. It's gone pretty quickly, but it didn't look as though he'd really picked it up.
It was on 10 at the time. It went for 4. Next ball's played to short mid-wicket. So Yorkshire take the lead in the 101st over. Six down. Ghaffari again to Bess. That's played out into the covers, no run. End of the over. It had 6 runs in it. It could have had a wicket and just 2 runs.
I think Yorkshire, and although they have lost the 1 wicket, and it was a well-deserved wicket for Ben Rain, but again, the bottom line is Yorkshire are now 4 runs in front of Durham, and that's psychologically, that's
big thing. And if you think yesterday, Durham lost those last 3 wickets very quickly for about 24 runs when Jack White ran through them. Surrey are 9 down now in Southampton against Hampshire, and they only lead by 157. So Durham are needing miracles, snookers, and just about everything else, because I can't see how they're going to win this game. Here's Potts from the Kirkstall Lane end bowling to Hill, who's on 34. That's gone off towards mid-wicket. I think they haven't actually ruled out a Yorkshire win, have we? But Durham bat again, and if Yorkshire can remove them cheaply, there could be a chance of winning it. But Durham's problem has been taking wickets and bowling teams out, and it's not just this year, it's been last year as well, but it's caught up with them this year, and the injuries to the bowling setup have really caused them problems. Potts in again, and this is played off towards backward point for 1 run. Interesting when you think about players who move clubs, and they often make decisions quite early in the season, don't they? I think these days, if you're coming out of contract, you can talk to other clubs in June. So Casey Aldridge has opted to come from Somerset to join Durham, having played for them in the T20 on loan. But I doubt when he was signing on that contract that he would have countenanced the idea of Durham being a second division team next year. Next ball's gone out into the covers. It's a bit of a gamble, isn't it, when players are signing for clubs so far before the end of the season for the next year?
Yeah, I don't know how it's changed just recently, but it used to be, players who've gone into the last year of the contract, there used to be 28 days notice from April like April the 1st.
Yeah.
And if a player hadn't been offered a contract by his club he was playing for and accepted it, then other counties were able to then officially speak to that player.
Pot in again here, bowling to Best. That's played back to him along the floor. No run there. I mean, I was told when we were down at Somerset a few weeks ago in late July, Casey Aldridge had 9 different clubs inquiring about him, and he chose Durham.
Right. Any connections with the club or in
Not that I can
shape
think
or
of.
form?
Geographically, it's a long way, isn't it? 325 miles or something. Potts comes in again. That's defended on off stump.
Well, whatever's gone on, Martin, it's got to be a credit to Durham that they've been able to secure a lad, if there's been so much interest in him.
I mean, you look at Emilio Gay when he arrived from North Hants, and he said he came to Durham because he wanted to try and improve his chances of playing for England, and likely be playing North Hants in Division 2 next season. This comes in again, bowls pulled out to deep mid-wicket, and it's cut off on the boundary by Hogg at deep square leg. I think Ollie Robinson just got the ball in the face there. He was running in to try and collect it, and I think it's clipped him on the nose.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been overly happy with the return throw, bouncing 6 inches in front of him.
Surrey are 9 down at Hampshire. They're 259 for 9 in their second innings and lead by just 158. 260 for 9 now.
Still leads you to believe that, I don't know, I've just got this gut feeling that it might not be just straightforward for Hampshire.
Sussex have nearly beaten Worcestershire. Worcestershire are already relegated, so Sussex are going to be safe. Comes Ghaffari from the rugby stand end, cut off by Lees in the covers. It hit him on the shin, I think. Not all out for 374 in their first innings, but they earned enough points yesterday to win the title for the first time in 15 years. Warwickshire in their second innings, 37 for 4, and still 79 behind. Ghaffari in again. That one's bobbled out to the offside. It was 3 years ago today. Final match of the season in Division 2. Durham played at Notts, and Notts had 4 centurions in their first innings. Racked up a massive score. Bowled Durham out fairly cheaply. As Ghaffari is bowling here to Best, who cuts that to backward point, and had a huge lead, but didn't enforce the follow-on. They batted again. And at the end of the game, Durham were well beaten, and Notts won the second division title. So they've gone from winning the second division title to winning the first division title in 3 years. Ghaffari comes in, gives that some airtime. It's a full toss, and it's played away by Best to Hogg at deep extra cover. Quite refreshing that somebody has ended Surrey's grasp on the title, because they were looking to win it for a 4th time. And down at the Oval a few weeks ago, they've got all of their title wins on the wall as you're walking around the stadium. And I think there was only something like 1 year in the 50s where they didn't win the title. They had such a stranglehold on county cricket for such a long time. Ghaffari again here, bowling to Hill, who plays that up to Clark at long on for 1. Hill moves on to 36, 354 for 6. Yorkshire lead by 8 here on the BBC. Penultimate day of the 2025 County Championship. It's a lovely sunny day once again in Leeds. Got that big shadow at the far end of the ground from the rugby stand, which will gradually move across to our left as the day goes on. Next ball to Best. Best gives himself a bit of room, steps onto his back foot and plays that out through the offside for 1. That is the end of the over. So looks like Durham once again are going to have to settle for 2 bowling points, like they did against Worcestershire last week. And I think they might have only got 1 at Essex a few weeks ago. What happened at Essex? They got 2 bowling points at Essex. But umpires are having a chat about the ball, I think, here, which is not that old. It's 23 overs old.
Maybe Durham are trying to get it changed. There's not much happening with it. Maybe they fancy something else.
Yeah, it's been a common theme throughout the entire season. Don't really think it's been the ball's fault particularly. It's gone through the ringer by the looks of things. Are they going to change it or not? No, they are going to change it. Oh, well, there you are. Well, that'll bring a wicket.
That's slightly gone out of shape. Just going back to your talking about Surrey and Championship wins, I think I'm right in thinking that back in that era, 50s, 60s, certainly 60s, that Yorkshire and Surrey were the 2 teams that were very consistently winning county championships, and certainly in the 70s, early 70s, when all the overseas players started arriving, you know, and there would be 2 legends in each of the teams. Things changed a little bit then, you know, and then certainly it was very difficult. I mean, coming into the Yorkshire team in the mid-70s, you were always up against you'd play Hampshire and there'd be a Gordon Greenwich and a Malcolm Marshall, and then there'd be a Clive Lloyd and a Colin Croft at Lancashire, and a Clive Rice and a Richard Hadley at Notts, and a Garth LaRue and Imran Khan at Sussex, and Michael Holding and John Wright, or Peter Kirsten at Derbyshire. And so, you know, all the teams then had, and of course at that sort of those eras, cricket was only played around the world in England at that time of year, so they came to England. It's not like how it's evolved now.
What do you think of the club cricketers who played in the Durham Senior League? You know, Durham had Lance Cairns when he was the leading bowler, Whitburn, my team, sorry. Lance Cairns when he was leading bowler with New Zealand. Wasim Raja was playing for Whitburn when he was playing for Pakistan. Lots of Richie Richardson. There was loads of big name players came to the northeast of England, and that, you know, would have been similar, I suppose, in the Yorkshire leagues, and the Lancashire League was famous for its overseas players as well, wasn't it? Looking through Surrey's records here, they won the title in 52, 53, 54, 55, 56 and 57 and 58. Bit boring, that really is. That must have been a dull time to watch cricket. What a stranglehold they had then. I'm just looking to see Yorkshire's.
I hope I've got this right.
Yorkshire were very strong in the 30s. Won the title 31, 32, 33, 35, 37, 38, 39. It was Yorkshire who took the title off Surrey in 1959. This ball's gone off towards backward point over in the 1 run, sorry.
Well, that's nice to know, because
and then they won the title in 60, 62, 63, 66, 67, 68.
Oh, got it right then. And that's nice to hear, because I was born in 1959.
Right.
So that's a nice touch, Yorkshire's championship win.
Or maybe they did it for you.
Oh, well, I didn't like to mention it.
No. There's a big bank of low cloud drifting in now, which is rather grey in colour as well. It's a wideish half volley from Potts, played to backward gully by Hill. No run. He's on 36. The lead is 10 at 356 for 6.
What's the weather forecast looking like tomorrow, Martin? Have you managed to have a look at that?
I can look.
Because a couple of days ago it was looking pretty ominous, but I think it's slightly better now.
Well, Liam Dutton, the Channel 4 weatherman, I follow him on social media. As Potts comes in and bowls, and this is played by Hill up to Lees at mid-on. 1 run, quick single. He has 37, and already put his score on the board there before he even got to the other end. 357 for 6. Liam put this chart on the other day of a hurricane that was developing in the Atlantic and was going to come right across the Azores and then straight towards Portugal and Spain. And I think the suggestion was at the time that we were going to get the tail end of that, and that was going to bring quite a bit of rain on Saturday. The weather forecast I saw this morning, as Potts comes in, short ball, pulled out to the deep and gone. That is the end of best for 18, caught by Hogg at deep square leg. Maybe Durham can get another bowling point on the board. They're 7 down now, Yorkshire, and they are 11 ahead, 357 for 7. And Bess has gone for 18.
Yeah, I think Durham have been pretty disciplined. I mean, on a pitch that's not offered a lot this morning, they've been pretty disciplined, and I would suggest that they've got the rewards for that. I mean, it's certainly now keeping them in the game. I mean, we've a couple of wickets can change the momentum in many ways. But Yorkshire will certainly would want to still, occupy this crease for another couple of hours for sure.
Yeah. 26th the partnership. So he faced 36 balls. Jordan Thompson getting a big round of applause as he comes out, playing in his final game before he joins Warwickshire. I've always liked watching him. He's a 100%er, isn't he, Jordan Thompson? Very similar in make-up to Ben Rain, really.
Yeah, as a competitor, he's a match winner. I mean, you're just a genuine all-rounder. And I think I've just kept an eye on the last couple of games, and he's scored not massive runs, but decent runs at a very quick pace. And I think he does look to like to dominate the bowler. So this might be quite interesting to see how he goes here. I mean, he's got Hilly on 37 not out, established at the crease. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of tactical plan he's got, and whether he's going to come hard initially or he's just going to, look to see it through to lunch, another 40 minutes or so.
That cloud does look a bit naughty, actually, doesn't it? A big bank of greyness drifting towards us. Said on the weather forecast today there would be a lot of cloud around this afternoon drifting in off the North Sea, but that's thicker than I was imagining. So Thompson then to face Potts here. Comes in and bowls. And that's a bouncer which has gone down the leg side. Potts has taken his first wicket of the game, but he's also gone for 96 runs in 26.5 overs. 1 for 96, 4 maidens.
Welcome to the crease, Mr. Thompson. Lively bouncer. Wake Jordan up.
In comes Potts again. That's defended. It was a Yorker length ball right on the middle stump.
I'll tell you what we haven't seen, Martin, too much of this in this game is the right arm seam bowler bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Seen a lot of it seems to be these days that a lot of the guys choose to bowl round the wicket to the left-handers, which is, quite fascinating. I mean, it's, I think it's always good to change angles as well. I mean, if you get a bowler who's equally comfortable bowling over and round, it would be a great skill to have.
Suddenly gone very dark. The sun's gone in.
Change of
There's
bowling.
no rain forecast, but that looks to me
very rarely
quite naughty, doesn't it? It
looks
like a thundercloud.
Very rarely rains from the east, though. It's normally over that way towards Manchester, to the southwest of Headingley, but it's dark, but I'm not sure it's going to rain. I don't think so.
Ben Rain back into the attack from the rugby ground end. Just look at the amount of time, my short-term memory, the amount of times I pick my phone up to look at the weather, forget why I've picked it up and put it down, and then I see a cloud and think, oh, I better look at the weather, and then think, the app's open. It's saying there's less than a 5% chance of rain here today, all the way through the day. Tomorrow, this rain comes in again, that's a bouncer down the leg side. No rain in the morning, 10% chance. Very little by the looks of things, the odd passing shower, and then about 6 o'clock, maybe 40-50% chance of rain in the area somewhere. So it's a lot better than it was.
Well, you don't want that hurricane over Leeds Bradford Airport, otherwise the planes will get diverted.
Well, that cloud is gradually creeping across us. I wouldn't be surprised if they put the floodlights on in a few minutes. Rain comes in, that's a good leave from Hill because he nearly bounced the bat down on the ball there as he was thinking about that. That would have been a tickle behind.
I think what will be interesting often, Headingley's been renowned for balls starting to swing more under cloud cover over the years, and I'll be fascinated here now. It's pretty much...
It's definitely raining to the south of us, just either side of Leeds City Centre on the hill there, up above Headingley, Elland Road. Rain comes in. Balls.
No, Martin, it never rains over Elland Road, the home of football.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen. No comment?
None at all. Been there many times. I think when we used to commentate there, I'm sure we sort of went up into a camera gallery in the roof and commentated from up there.
Yeah. Nice view up there. Been privileged to go up there 2 or 3 times myself. In fact, I had the privilege of sitting next to the great Norman Hunter on a couple of times. That was fantastic.
Rain comes in and bowls. This is played off to the covers. No run for Hill. 3-5-7 for 7.
I went really shy as well because he was one of my heroes. That great Leeds team back in the 70s.
Nah, they weren't that good, were they?
They were, under Don Revie.
Yeah, I remember them losing in 1973. I can't remember who beat them in the cup final. Can you remember who it was?
I remember the goalkeeper, a chap called Montgomery, making a fantastic save. I do. I cried that day.
Second Division Sunderland reduced you to tears.
Yeah, I cried that day.
Yeah, I was only 1, I think. Still dining out on it in Sunderland. Here comes rain. It's just defended. Right, Hill, it's the end of the over, 3-5-7 for 7. I interviewed Jimmy Montgomery a couple of weeks ago, actually. They've opened a new footbridge linking the Stadium of Light to the city centre. And the south stand at the Stadium of Light is now called the Jimmy Montgomery stand. So effectively, he's got a bridge to his own stand.
Wow.
He's, what is he now, 81, 82, something like that?
No, I remember it very clearly. Peter Lorimer's shot, wasn't it, that he managed to fend off. I remember your manager.
My colleague Jeff Brown went to, I think Peter Lorimer's son runs a pub somewhere. Here's the floodlights coming on, like I said. Why do I think over around Borough Bridge area? I don't know why I think over there, somewhere around that way.
I thought it was on the edge of Leeds somewhere.
All right.
Might be wrong.
Anyway, the Jeff took Jimmy Montgomery down to the pub, and it was a nice piece where they were. Potts starting you over here. It's played out into the covers to Hogg. They changed the ball, didn't we? And then Bess was out. I said there'd be a wicket when the ball changed. Yeah, Jimmy Montgomery was in the pub and he was looking at all the pictures from the Leeds team in the 1970s because they're all up on the walls and chatting about the save.
I can remember your manager, Bob Stokoe, invading the pitch and celebrating.
Yeah, there's a statue of that outside the Stadium of Light now, with him with his arms in the air and his pork pie hat on. Yeah. Potts comes in, bowls to Thompson. No run there, it's gone off to the point. My cousin is a Leeds fanatic because my auntie and uncle were both trainees at Jimmy's Hospital in the 60s. So Tony, my uncle, was from Liverpool. Liz was from Sunderland, and they met while she was training to be a nurse, he was training to be a GP, and got married, and Neil was born, and basically grew up as a Leeds fan, now lives in Birmingham, still travels to games to watch them all over the place. He was at Wolves the other day. Thompson plays this one from Potts out towards mid-wicket. And his two sons support Leeds as well. They've lived in Birmingham all their lives. And there's a group WhatsApp, there's a family WhatsApp chat called Footy. And, I remember when Leeds got relegated a couple of years ago and they were like, Dad, why couldn't we have supported Liverpool? Because their granddad was from Liverpool. It's coming in here. Bowls. Oh, playing a miss from Thompson. He's looking to try and drive off the back foot there. Nearly got himself caught behind. But importantly, Durham need 2 more wickets, and they've got 4.2 overs to get them in before the bonus points run out. The floodlights are now on full. The red lights on the cranes in the city centre have become very prominent against that steely grey sky. See sunshine at the far side of this cloud bank, but it's moving very slowly over us at the moment. Watts comes in again and bowls. That is defended. Wow, Surrey still 9 down, but now 173 ahead of Hampshire.
It's not over.
Is there going to be a bizarre twist to this strange and so far disappointing season? Surrey win, and the Durham still need to win. I'm trying to remember all the maths now. Comes Potts, bowls. Oh, that's slammed down the ground for 4. It's over-pitched and hammered away by Thompson right out the middle of the bat. Where are we at? So Hampshire got 3 points from their game. That's all. If Surrey would have win, what have Durham got from this match so far? 2 bowling, 2 batting, so Durham have got 4. 2 behind, weren't they? So if Hampshire lose and Durham draw, they would stay up, wouldn't they? All right. Maths on the radio?
Yeah, no, it's never a good thing. Never a good thing. I've got it wrong before.
Well, Hampshire got 3 points from their match, so they were 2 points ahead of Durham. So that's 5. But Durham have picked up 2 bowling points and 2 batting. So Durham have got 4. So that's back to 1, isn't it? So yeah, a draw would keep Durham up if Hampshire lose. Surrey 174 for 9, effectively.
Yeah, Fisher's got a few, hasn't he? Here's Ben Rain, who's got a few both with bat and ball, trying to stop that with his foot. Maybe not his greatest cricketing moment of the match, especially as he didn't actually stop it, but it didn't cost him any runs. 361 for 7. Four for 44. 4 for 44, if you say it in the accent of the people who live over the other side of the Pennines.
Oh, and
44 for 4.
And Blackburn.
Blackburn Burnley. 44 for 4.
You mean Darkrington?
Ben Rain making his way towards us then. Well, now George Hill just advanced down the track towards him and he's pinged it in short, well over George's head. In fact, you'd have to say, was that hittable umpire, I think.
Waiting for the square leg umpire to signal something there.
Yeah, if you'd have played a shot at that, you would have been nowhere near in control of it. But anyway, 12 o'clock ticks over on this penultimate day of the County Championship season. George Hill 37 not out. Short ball pulled by George. Beautiful shot. Got over the top of that and swiveled on the back heel and put that one away. 41 now to him, 365 for 7 and a 19-run lead for Yorkshire. been talking to Chris and Tim, George's, I think, prep school teachers at Malsis. When I was off air downstairs, they're claiming full responsibility for George's first-class career, by the sound of things. Short ball again over his head. Oh, there's no chance of hitting that. He's not giving it as anything other than a legitimate delivery. 365 for 7. Can't get in touch. Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the email address these days. Get to those emails in a moment. Because Rain's at the end of his run once again. 2 to come in the over. Floodlights having just gone on. A completely different feel to the place than it did half an hour ago. And I left the commentary position. George Hill back foot and defending again. Andrew Walker says the hardest day of the... Or Andy Walker, the hardest day of the year comes round again tomorrow. And just to say thanks, JD, to you and your brilliant broadcasting colleagues for another entertaining and engaging season on air. Tricky one for Yorkshire. Great success in the 50 overs, but pretty patchy runs otherwise. Pleased to see the youngsters playing such an important part. With Bean, Wharton, Revis, Hill, Duke and others, there's a lot to be confident about, but we need to push on, especially with overseas players. Imam was brilliant, and I hope he can return next season. As George Hill turns that one to leg. Final ball of the 107th over. 365 for 7. 19-run lead. Finishes, hope you winter well. Used to be in the broadcasting business, and I know just how much hard work goes into every single on-air match. As FS would say, I'll see thee. Aye. Thanks, Andy, and for your contributions throughout the season. Mark in Perth says, not the best time of day on my stream. The commentary is in front of the pictures at the minute. Hopefully it'll rectify itself. My friend's gone today. He's under the scoreboard somewhere. Must say the streaming has been great, says Mark. So thanks to all those involved in that side of this broadcast. Keith Bruce says, instead of forcing the boring Kookaburra ball onto us for 4 matches during the middle of summer when no England players are able to play, surely if Rob Key was serious about planning for the Ashes, why not use it for these September matches and have England players available? Would be better preparation than endless one-day internationals. It's a thought, isn't it, Keith? It might be just a bit too sensible, that. Now then, the umpires are conferring here, doubtless about the light. They have decided that they're going to continue. Jordan Thompson will be on strike to face Matthew Potts. And Tomo, well, he got a good ovation when I was sitting downstairs just now as he walked out for what could be his final innings for Yorkshire. He's already treated us to a typical Tomo shot to get off the mark with a boundary down the ground. Drop that into the offside for Jordan Clark to come in, excuse me, and field. There is no run. Further consultation between the two batters here. Potts, well, I don't know if it's been out of frustration or what he would have done anyway, but he's certainly not been afraid to use the short ball. Quite a lot to James Wharton when he was in, and he gave Jordan Thompson a bit of a welcome as well. And here he is, this time good length ball, worked out into the offside, no run. That wicket of Don Bess, Potts is first in the match, and he's now midway through his 29th over here, 1 for 100. Sort of century that he would have liked, I'm sure, before play started. Two slips, gully, square sweeper on both sides of the wicket, long leg, mid-on, mid-off, and an extra cover, and Thompson drives that one firmly, but unfortunately for him, straight to Alex Lees at mid-off. There's no run. Hampshire. Surrey will keep you up to date with what's going on down there. 276 for 9 now, Surrey. Matthew Fisher. 277, in fact. Fish, 22 not out. So they're hanging on. They're stringing that one out. It's a 176 run lead, which is not an easy one to rub off in the fourth innings of any match, as Potts is in and Thompson leans back, limboing out of the way of that one.
They're going to go off the bad light here.
It's looking that way, isn't it?
We can see the other side of this cloud bank, and it's bright sunshine over there. But this is sitting right on top of this very heavy cloud, and they're going to take the players off, I think, for a few minutes here.
Yeah, Matthew Potts not happy. You see, it's one of those, isn't it, when you are a bit of a quicker bowler, if you're banging the odd one in short, which you're trying to do to take wickets, if you cut that out of your game, it's easier for the batters. It's a fine line out there, and he's gone off straight away, Matthew Potts, to get his cap from Steve O'Shaughnessy. He doesn't look happy body language wise with that decision, but that is the decision. So at this moment in time, at 12:07 on day 3,
when it gets to
teams have been taken off for bad line.
When it gets to 10 past, they can have an early lunch, can't they? 20 minutes to.
Yeah, not sure.
I think they'll have lunch.
Score-wise, let's just remind ourselves what it is, because at the moment the displays on the scoreboard are of the individual batters' cards so far. 365 for 7 Yorkshire, so they have a lead of 19 runs with just these 3 first innings wickets in hand. Jordan Thompson is not out, 4 from 12 deliveries, and George Hill 41 from 89, well put together, not by George. 6 fours for him and 1 for Jordan Thompson. Ben Rain has continued to feature heavily for Durham. He's been an absolute superstar in this match, and if they do avoid relegation to Division 2, then just in this one individual match alone, he's got to take a lot of plaudits for his performance. 27 overs, 10 maidens, 4 for 48. Matthew Potts was 4 balls into his 29th over, 1 for 100 from 4. We'll take a breather while the players do, and any further news we have, we'll update you with. But at the moment, head groundsman Richard Robinson's out there in the middle with umpires Michael Burns and Steve O'Shaughnessy. We have a break in playback as soon as we have anything further for you.
So just inform us, early lunch will now be taken, starting at 10 minutes past 12. 40 minutes for the lunch interval.
There you go. I'm sure you probably heard that, but just to confirm, the umpires have decided, as Marty was suggesting, an early lunch has been taken now at 10 past 12, so play will be set to resume at 12:50, 40 minutes for lunch. So hopefully minimal loss of time out there in the middle. We hope that the light will improve during the next 40 minutes or so, and we'll be back with you for the afternoon session once that gets underway.
George Hill and Jordan Thompson continuing the batting for Yorkshire.
Welcome back. Pleased to say that following that bad light, things can get back on track once again. So I would imagine they've probably lost an over before they took the lunch break at 12:10. Jordan Thompson not out on 4, George Hill not out on 41, and Yorkshire 365 for 7, leading by 19. Sounded like an interesting finish in the match between Sussex and Worcestershire, which was won in the end by Sussex, who have therefore assured their future in Division 1. 63 for 7 they were, knocking off what they needed to beat the Pairs. And we'll keep our eye on what's going on as well with that match down at Southampton in particular, where both sides here have a vested interest in Surrey against Hampshire. Matthew Fisher was not out 22. Surrey finished 281 all out. Hampshire at the moment 1 without loss by the looks of things in the early moments of their response, needing at the outset 181 to win. Jordan Thompson's going to take this first delivery. Kevin Sharp's alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, and Martin Emerson with us on the commentary team, of course, today. Floodlights are still on, but bright sunshine at the moment for those who can see play here, although there is a blanket of cloud for most of the skyline above. Matthew Potts continues his over then. First ball is shortish and wide of off stump, and Jordan Thompson swaying out of the way once again. Ben Rain goes through a few warm-ups. Nice lunch, Kev?
Yeah, just had a sandwich today.
Did you?
Yeah, I was very disciplined. A bit of salad and coffee. Suitably replenished and ready for action.
Good to hear.
I think this blue sky there, where the clouds are coming from behind, and just reaching forward, looking behind that floodlight to the left, and I think it's going to be absolutely fine.
Potts is in, it's short again. Thompson sways out of the way again to complete that 108th over then with that further addition to the score. You want to be careful when you're leaning over that far. You told me what your physiotherapist had said about doing that.
Well, I've got to look after myself. I've just got a bit of a stiff back at the minute, and it's just restricting my golf as well. I've not been able to play golf for 9 months now. But, I think coming back into doing a bit more coaching and everything now at Yorkshire is going to help my flexibility. So you never know, I might be able to get back on track and do the things that I've not been able to do for a few months.
Ben Rain then, 4 for 48 from 27 overs, 10 of which have been maidens. He's going to open the afternoon's first full over from the Howard stand end. He's going to start his run up just on the edge of the shadow from cast by that stand. Tee, by the way, 305, or 32 overs remaining. Or is it fixed? Good delivery from Rain first up. And George Hill playing the original line. He'll be happy he's not got a nick on that. Is that fixed, Marty? 305? Fixed at 305 tee.
Another good delivery from Ben Rain. He's had an outstanding game, hasn't he?
Yeah. Good cricketer.
Sort of cricketer anybody would want in your side.
Makes his way in again. A nice, fairly gentle run up. It's fairly gentle action actually as well, isn't it? Worked to mid-on by George Hill, 1 run.
He's got skills, hasn't he?
Yeah, when I was saying economy of effort about it the other day, not in a disparaging way, just to sort of, just isn't it? So you can probably get through a few more overs if you're not, busting a gut to get there and firing it in as quick as you can. And he's still got a quicker ball in him if he wants to do that, as we've seen.
Yeah, spot on the experienced campaigner, isn't he?
Jordan Thompson on strike then, 2 slips in place for him. Ringfield with a man down at long leg inside the boundary. Lovely shot by JT through backward point for 4, just a bit too short from Ben Rain, a bit too much width, and Jordan's not going to miss out on those.
Yeah, just looking back at the last couple of matches, I mean, you've obviously been at those, Jonathan. He's contributed quite well with the bat, hasn't he? He's not made big scores, but he's scored quite quickly and made some good contributions. Scores quite quickly, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, at the point he came in at Taunton a couple of weeks back, it was kind of a good job he did, really. And he played totally differently to what everybody else had done. I suppose it was a bit of a free hit because wickets were tumbling, and he just went and played as he does. And it made it look a completely different pitch. They've just sent that man back now at point to the boundary, down by the northeast scoreboard. Rain round the wicket, straightens things up. Thompson just pushes into the offside.
Yeah, it's just Yorkshire's just going to fall a bit short of another batting point, aren't they? I mean, there's 108.4 now, so just only an over and a bit left, but still they'll be very happy with where they're at.
If you say that a bit louder and Jordan hears you,
he might just demolish it in 9 ball.
He'd probably take it on. Rain to Thompson, solidly behind that. No thought of hitting that one out of the park. One of those memories that you'll have of his Yorkshire career, or certainly I will, from sitting up here, is that night when he batted with Harry Brook in the T20, and they put on that partnership, the second highest 6-wicket partnership in any T20 competition worldwide. I don't know if it still stands or not, but it certainly was the case. 2021, I think it was, and he was smashing him into the Howard stand down there. He's just opened the face and run this one for an easy single. He's learning. He's got one. End of the over. 371 for 7. Thompson on to 9. Will keep the strike. George Hill on 42.
Well, it's easy to get carried away if you're hitting boundaries and thinking you can hit every one for 4, and it's always not a bad thing just to hit a boundary and get a single. Just keep yourself calm.
Potts is going to continue then at this Kirkstall lane end. Meanwhile, lunch in that match between Surrey and Hampshire down at Southampton. Still one without loss, Hampshire, needing a further 180 to win. Lunch at everywhere else, in fact, bar here, because we went early. Potts is in. That's his umpire O'Shaughnessy. Nicely played by Jordan Thompson. Just drops it out square on the offside Clark Field, but they get through for 1. I'll take you through those lunchtime scores elsewhere. In Division 1, that play is going to resume at 1:14 p.m. at Chelmsford, where Essex are 393 for 7, so they're 40 behind Somerset's 433. At Trent Bridge, play to resume at 1:12, where Warwickshire are 79 for 4, still 37 behind Nottinghamshire's 374, 6 second innings wickets remaining. Pops in and Hill pushes out into the offside and Clark Fields. That's what's going on elsewhere in Division 1. In Div 2, lunch also at Northampton, where Leicestershire are 207 for 5 in their second innings. Huge lead there, 447. Going to put some pressure on Northants between now and the end of that match. Middlesex and Gloucestershire down at Lords. Gloucestershire 217 for 6, trailing by 417. Glamorgan 118 for 4, and 9 in front of Lancashire in their second innings, but only 6 wickets remaining. Potts bowls. Oh, lovely shot by George Hill, and well fielded by Alex Lees, diving to his left at mid-on. They'll get through for 1. The other game to mention is Derbyshire and Kent. Kent still in their first innings, 217 for 5, miles behind Derbyshire with 5 wickets remaining, and Derbyshire have got a chance, haven't they, there, of finishing off the season with a win, you'd have thought.
Mm-hmm. Just going back to the game at Chelmsford, are you telling me that it's rained there? Coming on at 119 or something.
114.
114. It's just, I say that because somebody told me a couple of years ago.
Potts to Thompson, who defends into the offside.
That Chelmsford gets the least rain of any first-class cricket ground in the country.
It doesn't surprise me, having been down there in May.
Martin said there was plenty there 2 weeks ago. But no, I think that's what I learned a couple of years ago. It's interesting because the groundsman, he was the assistant groundsman at Essex, is now gone to Worcester from one of the driest grounds in the country.
Yeah, to the wettest.
To the one that floods regularly.
Yeah.
What's interesting about Worcester is that it's actually the drainage is quite good. So on just normal circumstances, if it rains heavily or whatever, it would dissipate quite quickly. There's not really a problem in that respect. It's only when the floods come, and it's obviously on a floodplain. And what I always found interesting is it doesn't flood from by the ground where the Premier Inn is. It floods from where the River Severn meets the River Team further down, a couple of miles down the river, and then it comes back over the fields and floods the Marquee first.
Short ball here from Potts, which Hill swears out of the way of. Didn't manage to mention Jordan Thompson singled the ball before. 1 o'clock ticks over then. 110 overs also tick over, so that's the end of bonus points. And Yorkshire managed 3 of those with the bat, to go with the 3 they managed with the ball. Durham complete with 2 with the bat and 2 with the ball. So it's now all about the result here.
Yeah, Yorkshire will just want to bat as long as they can. No rush, just keep batting. And those 28 runs, it's a psychological thing as well when you're in front. It's always nice to know that you've got that in the bag.
Yeah, Rain to Thompson, punches it into the covers. Graham Clark fields. You have a good time of things at Chelmsford in your playing days?
Well, I can remember playing there in a semi-final and getting a nought. That sort of rings a bell. But probably the greatest occasion there was in 1983 when we won the John Player League by not bowling a ball. Because basically we had gone into the game just needing a point. Obviously 2 points for a win, none for a loss. So we just needed a point to secure the John Player League. Ray Illingworth was captain then, who played into his early 50s. And we didn't bowl a ball all day. It rained and we lifted the trophy without having to get on the field.
Another dot ball there, and Rain's coming in to bowl to Thompson, who's flicking off the legs. And it's looking very much like leg bye territory, because Michael Burns is doing that thing of tapping his thigh as he's walking away and then gives the signal. So 374 for 7. Doubtless a glass or two was raised.
Can't remember. Yes, I think it was quite a nice celebration that evening. There was a championship match going on at the same time, so I'm probably thinking that I don't think we started on time on Monday morning, which perhaps was a little bit of a blessing.
Yeah. Rain over the wicket. Hill solidly defending.
I mean, of course, in that period, Yorkshire we didn't win too many trophies. I'm saying to Martin earlier today that, like in the 60s, I mean, Surrey were very prevalent in the 50s, and Yorkshire in the 60s were leading in the county championships, and then in the 70s, of course, all the overseas players started to arrive in the country and playing. You got 2 world beaters playing in all the counties, and it just made it more difficult.
Right to Hill, who defends again.
Because obviously at Yorkshire we didn't have a Gordon Greenwich or a Malcolm Marshall or all these guys who were two world-class players playing in nearly just about each county. But of course, the great Geoffrey Boycott, but he was often playing Test cricket. He just made it that bit more difficult to. we never really in that period got much near winning the county championship.
No. George Hill working this final ball of the over off his legs down to long leg Ghaffari Fields. They'll pick up 1 run. So George on to 44, Jordan 11, 376 for 7. That's a lead of 30 runs for Yorkshire. I just pulled up your stats. Yeah, actually, you are the only. There is only one Kevin Sharp. Only 3 players have represented Yorkshire with the surname Sharp, 2 of which have had an E on the end. So you are the only one, Kevin Sharp, who's played for the county. 8 matches against Essex. There was a 50 in there.
Really? Just one? How many hundreds?
Can't see any of those.
No. Yeah, I know you're right on that one. But don't forget my wicket, getting Don Topley out and winning us a game.
Yeah. Spectacular. Here's Potts bowling to Hill, who defends solidly. No run.
Do you want me to tell you about that again?
Yeah, do so.
Well, you see, the thing was that Essex were batting 3rd innings and we had them 9 down for ages and just couldn't get the last wicket. Don Topley had gone in as night watchman. He'd got 60 odd. He'd done ever so well, and we just could not get that last wicket. And David Bairstow was captain. He tried everything, all the bowlers and everything, and it got to a point where
Potts to Hill. Good delivery. Punches the back of his bat, George, because he did have a little fish at it. Didn't get contact on it though.
So it got to a point where there was about 7 overs left in the game, and Essex were about 35 in front, and it was getting desperate. And there'd been 9 down for about an hour and 20 minutes, and like I said earlier, David had tried everything, so he was frustrated, as we all were. So he threw me the ball. And of course, you can only guess what happened.
Potts in. Hill turns it to Lees at mid-on. No run. First ball went for 6.
No, not at all. No, don't be silly. Don Topley, obviously he's a beautifully flight and guiled the first 2 deliveries. Had him guessing. My non-spinning off-spinners. And then, would you believe, I actually bowled the filthiest long-up you've ever seen. 3rd ball, and Don stepped back to cut it. Got a very thin nick to David, and he was out.
Potts bowling to Hill short, and he's able to sway out of the way of that. Yeah, in fact, your first-class bowling record against Essex, history recalls, was 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. In total, but bowling of 1 for none.
Well, there you go. That's it. So I'm not telling pokers, I'm actually telling you the truth. And then, of course, we've got 5 overs to knock off 30 odd, and we did that comfortably.
So, Hill defends.
Probably the most important one of my 12 wickets.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously had a few great days with the ball against Leicestershire, because you took 3 wickets against them.
Jonathan Agnew, Nigel Bryers and Nick Cook. In fact, Nigel Bryers was the first one at Aberdale Park, caught long on. Aggers caught long on. And then we went to Leicester a few weeks later and played them. And I was bowling at Nick Cook, and we had a great relationship. Nick went into umpiring eventually, didn't he? Played cricket for England, left-arm spinner, very good cricketer. We were good mates, really. We'd been on a Derek Robbins tour together in 1980 to Australia and New Zealand, so we got on really well. And then I came on to bowl at Leicester, and he said to me, he was battered at the time, he says, "If you get me out, I'm going to retire." And guess what? He punched one. He pushed one straight back to me, cotton ball, and instead of walking off at Grace Road towards the village, and he started walking towards the main gate. So he walked off that way. Oh, it was ever so funny. I kept shouting at him. I said, you're going the wrong way. He says, I've finished, I'm done.
We've just got a break in play here, folks. They're not waiting for Kev to finish his story out there. They're actually just checked the ball, the two umpires, and have now made their way over to the briefcase. So
I mean, what you don't know
change it.
What you don't know as well, Jonathan, is that I did say to when I was bowling to all batsmen, if I get you out, I'm going to send you a Christmas card.
Didn't cost you much in postage, that, did it?
Well, the thing was, I can remember bowling at Monty Lynch at the Oval, and Surrey got about 500 for two or something when he came in. And I got two. I got Alan Butcher and Graham Clinton both caught on the boundary, one for 190, one for 150. And Monty Lynch came in and bowling. I said, Monty, if I get you out, I'm going to send you a Christmas card. I'm going to send you, every year, sort of thing. And he didn't play a shot. he was a stroke maker. He just blocked it for about 5 overs till they declared. It was funny.
So we have made a decision on the change of ball, and that's just been lobbed along the deck by Steve O'Shaughnessy to Alex Lees, and will find its way back to Matthew Potts, who was clearly not happy with what he was bowling with there. So 376 for 7 is still the score. One ball remaining in the 112th over. It's just given George Hill and Jordan Thompson chance for a bit of extra chatter in the middle. See if Durham can finish off the Yorkshire innings now the ball has changed. Here he comes then, Matthew Potts. Wide of off stump, lovely shot by George Hill. He's driven that past Graham Clark. He's not going to make it to the boundary. Swept in the distance by Ghaffari, who picks it up on the extra cover boundary. So 3 runs to George. 46 now to him. No, 2 runs to George, my apologies. 46 to him. 378 for 7 at the end of the over. 32-run lead. Just checking back in because we might be back in play elsewhere. Now they're just all pretty much getting going again. So no change. Still at lunch officially down at Southampton.
Well, I think the members here are quietly confident. I think it's fairly quiet, but I think they're probably sat quietly contented, I would say, at this moment in time.
From the outside left, Will Rhodes.
Former Yorkshire cricketer and Warwickshire cricketer, of course, Will Rhodes. Into the attack he's bowled 14 overs already in the game.
Jordan Thompson then, well, at the moment, and don't have been out there 20 minutes again since lunch, with changing light, I think you'd say, overhead. It was bright and sunny when they walked on. It got quite a bit darker. It's brightening up again. No problem, I don't think, light-wise at the moment. There's a bit of a feeling of change. We might get that with the odd break in the blanket of cloud overhead as the rest of the day goes on. And Rhodes, none for 43 off 14 so far. Round the wicket to Thompson, who just drops that into the offside.
Bounced a bit, that one.
Yep.
Gloved him. Some energy into that delivery. First ball.
Feeling quite slow out there, the whole process, isn't it? We've had the break for the change of ball. Back at his mark now is Rhodes. In he comes. Jordan Thompson has a flick at one down the leg side. Ollie Robinson decides to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, I hope I'm right. I've been a bit biased again, but you just want this to sedately carry on as it is, really, without much change, wouldn't it? If you're a Yorkshire fan, of course.
Yeah, you need to change it, don't you, if you're Durham.
Wow.
Lovely shot, Jordan Thompson. Full on his legs and flicked away for 6 runs through mid-wicket. Picked that up beautifully.
Well, that's the talent of this lad, isn't he? You know, he's a match winner, isn't he? I mean, you know, we've all seen, you know, what he can do. He's dynamic, isn't he, with the bat? He can just change a game in 10 minutes. It's lovely. Just clipped up, kept still, good technique. Just clipped it off his legs. Fine shot.
Here's Rhodes again, throws him a wide one, and he does chase it, Jordan, and then realises maybe he shouldn't have done. Just looking at his first-class career, season on season, played just a couple of games that first year, back in 2019. 5 matches in 2020. That was when he wasn't first choice. Matthew Waite was, but then got injured on the eve of that first match at Durham, actually, up at Chesterley Street, in that short 5-match season in COVID year. As he works one off his legs here, square, and will pick up a single. And because it was on the day before the season started and Waitey got injured, Jordan got that spot and played all 5 matches, and that's when he got that 98 down at Trent Bridge, averaging 46.8 that year. So in average terms, that was his best season. 230 odd runs. His best season in terms of actual runs scored, 411 the year after, averaging 20.55. As George Hill plays an open-faced drive down through backward point, hog round to field, 1 run. So there were, if you like, I think expectations began to grow as a result of that. 2022, where are we there? 15.38 he averaged, so that was a bit of a drop-off with a half century, and then 23 he came back with 3 half tons, averaged 23, and sort of got back on the horse. But that one first-class century has eluded him after he got caught out playing a shot not dissimilar to the one he just did hit for 6 down at Trent Bridge. Yeah, he was smacking it all over the park that day. George Hill, meanwhile, is on 47, and he has helped himself to another first-class half-century, because that was a poor delivery by Matthew Potts. And George has got there again. He's worked really hard out there for this particular knock, which has taken him 167 minutes of batting. He was in last night, of course, 105 balls. That was his 7th 4. With it, he's brought up a 17th first-class half-century to go with the 4 tons he's got to his name.
Yeah, it's been a very mature innings, very low-risk innings. He's just played the ball on its merit. He's not looked to go high risk in any shape or form. He knows what the situation of the game is. He's playing for his team, and everybody can be very proud of him.
Potts in again. Ooh, just nipping away. George was thinking about playing on it. We'll credit him with pulling the bat inside the line. He's going on towards 3,000 first-class runs, George. He's passed 2,700 in this knock, and averaging just the width of a fag paper, as they say, under 30 in his first-class career.
Well, that's good for an all-rounder, isn't it? I mean, the very fact that he's a leading bowler as well. I mean, you can't argue with that.
Just dinked one into the offside for another single. So 52 now to him, 391 for 7. The lead now 45.
You kind of feel safe when he's batting, don't you? I mean, you look at him, you look at his technique. It's very solid. It's orthodox, and you just kind of you look at him and you think, oh yeah, feel comfortable that he's going to do a good job.
Yeah. Gloves off for him at the non-striking end because Jordan Thompson's back on strike. And we've seen just a few glimpses of the best of JT in what could be his final innings for Yorkshire.
You see, I need to be careful what I say about when I'm complimenting a batter, because a couple of times this year I said he's playing so well, don't look like getting out, and then what's happened?
Yeah,
it's happened a couple of times, and you've let me know that in no uncertain terms.
Zip it sharp, yeah.
I've said that.
Potts round the wicket then to Jordan Thompson. I think we had an idea what might be coming there with the man being brought in as well, fairly close in the leg side. Talked often about the short ball at Jordan. A bit of a vulnerability there. Played that one well enough. Run rate is just under 3.5 and over, so without it being whiz bang, it's still been pretty healthy during this. That's superb, 175 yesterday from Agarwal. Potts is in. Jordan just trying to flick this one up on his tiptoes into the leg side, but missed out.
I met him last night.
Did you?
Mr. Agarwal, yeah. Very briefly, but I was introduced to him by Johnny Bairstow, which was very nice. Had a quick chat. He seems a lovely fella. Did say well played. Thought he did all right.
Tell you'd not been coached by me, is that what you said?
Well, Johnny was great. He told him that I'd coached Johnny himself and Joe Root, of course. Did you know that?
Have you coached Joe Root? You never mentioned that before.
No.
His Potts over the wicket and chopped into the deck by Jordan Thompson, who was really trying to go at that through the offside. Missed out, 391 for 7 at the end of the over.
And Adam Lythe.
And
Gary Ballance. And Alex Lees.
Have you?
Andrew Gale. Rich Pirate. Joe Sayers, another left-hander. All those lads were quite young. Yeah, they would have been a bit older and reached them, but yes, that was a pleasure.
And it's been a pleasure to do this last half hour with you, but Marty is back in the room, and so we'll do a swap round and I'll disappear. Just to let you know, Marty, Kev's halfway through the who's who of who he's coached. So we'll let him complete that. He's got the next half hour to get through the rest of them, as George Hill defends that delivery from Will Rhodes. And there is no run. Yeah, he's not mentioned anybody at all whose batting average ended up 14 after 2 years in first-class cricket, and they were retired to pasture. Marty's back.
Here's Rhodes bowling to Hill. He's not going in terms of you will lead, but what they're adding up value on this 45 runs. Stated after my laptop the other day. And unfortunately, you said when he leaves the screen, you're forever locked. Rhodes comes in, it's gone past, been away. There isn't a section. Scored where chasing 100. So if you win that one down, because I can't see Durham on. Still right out there on the glade. Going to be down the pass today. Number drifting from Multi. Again, that's ended by who's 6. And Yorkshire the lead.
Just passed on. There's a mess. Steve hadn't seen it. Basically, me of a gentleman called Norman Holroyd, who was a good friend of my dad.
Rhodes in again. It's turned by Hill up to mid on, no run.
Who was a junior coach back in those days, and I presented a trophy at the age of 11. It was the under-14s batting award for Green Lane. So thank you for that message, Mr. Thompson. It's always bringing back good memories.
In comes Rhodes. roads, that's left alone. Well, you've been down in Worcestershire for quite a few years, haven't you? So there's a lad who's coached both the Durham Academy, younger players, sort of under 15 age group, and Yorkshire, James Wigan, who is coaches over in Skipton now, and he was at Myerscough College. He's done some commentaries with me last year on the T20. So when we were covering the T20 here last year, he knew so much about the academy players from both sides, and the likes of George Hill and others who've come up through the ranks.
Yeah.
So he lives in the Skipton area.
Okay.
So I was wondering if your paths may have crossed as junior coaches or not, but
it's not ringing at the minute. It's not ringing the bell at the moment. Of course, Worcestershire have got a very good track record of bringing their own through.
Yeah, and then they moved to Notts.
And then it was like Worcester versus Worcester the other day.
Yeah.
But no, when we won the T20 2018.
Next ball is ball by Rain to Thompson, starting you over. Dot ball.
So when we won the T20 in 2018, there was 8 players in that team that had come through the Worcester Academy. Mm-hmm. So it was a great feather in the cap for the county to be able to achieve those sorts of things.
Well, Wiggo does the DJing at Durham when there's a home T20 on, so he's got many strings to his bow. As Rain comes around the wicket here, this has gone off to the covers, no run there. It's picked up by Rhodes, but he put a photograph on Facebook the other day, which I think is a fabulous picture. It's 4 cyclists on the top of a hill with the sun setting in the background, because he's into his endurance cycling. He does these massive 100-mile races across the moors and the hills and whatnot, off-road a lot of the time. And it was at a place called, and I hadn't heard of this, Lothersdale.
Oh, yeah?
Above the pinnacle, which he says there's no locally as the Pinner.
Okay.
So where's Lothersdale?
Is it?
Is that out Settle Way or something?
It is. It's up North Yorkshire. Initially the Lake District came into mind.
Yeah, it's not the Lakes.
But it's definitely up there. It might have been in the North Yorkshire Dales area, on the edge of the Pennines.
That single from Thompson there, off Rain, has taken the lead from a Yorkshire point of view to 50 runs, 396 for 7. The bonus points ended with Durham taking just 4 from this game, Yorkshire taking 6, so they've increased their gap on Durham by 2 points, and it's the 3rd match in a row where Durham have only managed to take 2 bowling points out of the 3 on offer, and that is the story of their season, unable to bowl teams out, and that is why they're in the situation they are in the relegation zone and staring down the barrel. It doesn't look like they're going to get any help from Surrey, because Hampshire are 18 without loss, chasing 181 to win down there. So Hampshire see that off this afternoon, then Durham's fate, you would imagine, is more or less sealed, because I can't see any position in which halfway through day 2 they're going to be in a position to go for a win in this match. Still haven't bowled them out yet. Rain in again. He's taken 4 for 56 in 29.4 overs, of which 10 have been maidens. He really has been Johnny on the spot, but unfortunately there's only one of them. I think if Durham had another 6 or 7 Ben Rains.
An outstanding, I've said this about 3 or 4 times today, but just an outstanding all-rounder, isn't he?
Yep. In again in bowls. It's a little in-swinger. It's played safely away by Hill, short on the offside to Emilio Gay. He's just gone past Ben Rain, if I can find him in my notes. Where's he gone? He's now, what's he got? 4 in this, so he's now got 297 wickets for Durham. But he went past the 500 wicket mark in the home defeat by Surrey a few weeks ago in first-class cricket. Yorkshire 396 for 7. That stays low and skids away off the bat down to 3rd man, and it's gone for 4. That brings up the 400 for Yorkshire. 407 after 116 overs.
That's the benefits of a man that's batted for a long time. You know, that was actually kept low, and but yet he was still able to, you know, play the ball late and just sort of guide it down towards the third man area, and you know, the sort of a shot of a man who's been in a long time and is feeling comfortable at the crease.
Yeah.
I just said to Jonathan earlier that, Martin, that it's just been a very fine, disciplined innings from George Hill. He's looked very comfortable. You know, everything's been low risk and just exactly what's required for the stage of the game.
116 balls and 9 fours. Let's take him to 60. Here's Rhodes from the rugby stand end bowling to Thompson, who turns the ball off to square leg for 1. The murmur of afternoon conversation can be heard.
I think the members here are quite comfortable at the minute. They've
got nothing to worry about, really, have they?
There's no moans or groans at the minute.
No.
There's just a nice contented feel around the ground.
Rhodes to Hill. Hill leaves that one. It's wide of off stump. Irvin says Durham are as flat as a 2-day-old glass of dandelion and burdock. For our younger listeners, that's pop.
Still sell it in the fish and chip shops, don't they?
Do they?
It's awesome. They do. Yeah.
You're right, they do. Next ball from Rhodes, played out into the covers by Hill for 1. Moves him on to 61, 402 for 7. Yeah, you get it in the whaler, can't you?
Well, the thing is, there's a fantastic fish and chip takeaway in our village in Burley and Wharfdale.
Right.
And they sell dandelion and burdock. I've seen it in the fridge, and this could prompt me, actually. And it may well be a takeaway tonight. It could be.
It's going to be the start of a dandelion and burdock addiction.
It could well be, actually. Yeah. It's just prompting me.
Yeah. Rhodes round the wicket here to Thompson. Thompson leaves that one. When I turned 40, which is quite a few years ago now, we had my wife organised a surprise party at the yacht club, and some friends came over from Rami, and they bought me a giant box of sports mixture, and I'd never had them since I was at school. So I've managed to wean myself off them now and onto mini midget gems, but it's not handy to have a little packet in the car when you're driving home from work. Oh, a waft from Thompson there, playing a miss.
I'll tell you what I'm disappointed about. When on the motor, I used to enjoy the pick and mix. On the motor,
had you won the lottery, like
on the motor, but since COVID, they don't do it anymore.
I don't know.
No, I think it's, you know, people putting their hands in all the different little compartments and picking out sweets, and since COVID they've stopped doing it. And
well, we were at Wembley a few weeks ago to see Coldplay, and of all the bizarre stalls in Wembley where you could get drinks and things like that, there was a pick and mix stall there. Rhodes over pitches this one. It's driven by Thompson down the field for 4 to the far end of the ground, and Potts has to tippy-toe to a stop before he flies over the advertising hall. So Thompson on 24 now then, and the partnership's 49. It's another partnership. We had 127 for the second wicket, 63 for the third, 78 for the fifth, 50 for the sixth, and we're going to have another 50 here by the looks of things. Mervyn is he's been back on with another email. He says, hello Martin. Again, he said, in case I'm stricken with grief, I want to say a big thank you to you and all of your colleagues for the hard work in providing such excellent coverage throughout the season. Well, thanks very much, Mervyn. Look after your MCC boater well during the winter, and hopefully we'll see you rocking it Chesty Street next year.
I think, the quickest ball I've ever seen in my life at Chesterley Street, bowled by a gentleman called Shoaib Akhtar.
Oh, yeah.
He played for Durham.
He was quick, wasn't he?
Ooh. And there was a county championship game. It was... Hand over to you again, Martin, for a second.
Here's Ben Rain. Start of a new over from the Kirkstall lane end. It's defended by Hill.
And he bowled quick throughout the air, and then we were probably about I think we're about eight down, and a ginger-headed gentleman called Steve Kirby walked to the wicket.
Oh yeah, Steve.
And Craig White was at the non-striker's end, and 60 not out. Batted beautifully at Craig.
Rain comes in again now. That's gone off down towards fine leg from Hill. He's going to run 2 here. Hogg coming in off the square leg boundary to field this one. And that's the 50 partnership. 51 runs.
So anyway, Steve Kirby there proceeded to play the best shot of the game. Batting at number 9, he clipped Shibe through mid-wicket for 4, and it was a lovely shot. And you believe then the next ball he actually bowled him a beamer.
Oh, you're joking.
Hit him on the gloves, and Steve Kirby dropped to the ground.
Rain bowls again. This has gone off to deep point for 1 more. Hill moves on to 62. The partnership 52 now in 83 balls.
Dropped to the ground, did Steve, then jumped up and started running at Shibe Akhtar, waving his bat, saying, not happy. Not happy. Craig White got hold of Steve Kirby to keep him calm, and then it took a few minutes for the umpires to settle it all down. And then the next ball, we were on the balcony and sideways on, obviously, at the ground, and there's about 10 of us in a line, sat in the chairs like this across each other, and it was a very experienced Yorkshire side. And there were lads like Darren Lehman playing, and Goffey, I think Michael Vaughan might have been even playing that. All those lads, all those internationals were with a very strong team out.
I was probably covering the game. In comes Rain. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper. He was there around about 2004, 2005.
It would have been that round then, yeah, definitely. And he bowled this next ball, which is a bouncer, and I think Pratty was keeping wicket.
Yeah.
And it sailed. Andrew Pratt sailed over his head. All the slips were kind of looking up, watching it disappear behind him. And it bounced once for 4 byes. And we were all sat sideways on. And
Rain with a short one down the leg side to Thompson, no run.
And as it happened, and the ball smacked into the side screen, we all just silently looked at each other across the where we were sat, just sideways on, looking at each other in silence, thinking, gosh, that's quick.
Yeah.
And then Darren Goff just said, he said, I think that's the quickest ball I've ever seen. And of course, it always seems quicker from sideways on, doesn't it? And then you're looking front on like this. But sideways on, it always does seem a little bit quicker.
Rain comes in. Oh, there's a play and a miss there from Thompson, who went back into his crease and then had a change of mind. It's good line from Rain. Rain then has bowled 31 overs now, 4 for 61. And 409 for 7, 64 overs remaining to do, which seems an awful lot. That's 2 sessions, isn't it? But we had an early lunch, so the lead's 83. Shoaib Akhtar, I remember him, he got clocked at 100 mile an hour in a World Cup, or it was claimed, wasn't it? Him and Neil Colleen bowling for Durham in a one-day game against Derbyshire around about 2005, something like that. And it was one of the quickest spells of bowling I'd ever seen. And with the white ball, it looked so much quicker. It was going through the air like a tracer bullet. Will Rhodes in. And that's gone up to mid-on, no run there off the bat of Hill. I'm going to check the scorecard, because Derbyshire was something like 5 down for absolutely no runs, and then sort of gradually managed to scrape their way up to about 80 or something like that. Plane passing by. Woods comes in and bowls. That's left alone.
Just talking about the plane, my wife and I live on the flight path, from up at Burley and Wardfdale. And if they're taking off, from the airport, they'll often come over, and then they'll come in the other way as well.
Yeah.
But it's not. occasionally you've got a mid-morning flight, comes early morning flight, but you don't get too interrupted with it. There's the odd one that comes in at like 3 o'clock one morning, but it doesn't really bother you that much, and I just absolutely love watching them come in and out.
Rhodes comes in and bowls. That's gone off to backward point. Yeah, last time we flew off from Leeds Bradford, we took off and we came right over the canal and over Eshott village where they film Emmerdale.
Yeah.
So my father-in-law and his wife had their wedding party in Eshott village in the church hall next to the Woolpack pub a few years ago now.
Yeah. Of course, it's all moved out to Harewood now.
Yeah.
Just on the edge of Harewood House there.
Rhodes coming in the bowl to Hill. Hill leaves that one. 409 for 7. Where are we then? When would it have been? Toad Sport League. Let's see if it was that game. It's 2004. Wasn't playing in that. Must have been earlier than 2003 maybe. Rhodes. Oh, is that an edge? Oh, I thought he's edged that, but the keeper there. Well, it's ended up being a sort of polite inquiry. I think Rhodes was just about to celebrate a wicket, and then they obviously heard something, and the ball did move a bit there.
It actually swung out just after it had gone past the bat. But it wasn't convincing, the appeal.
When would he have been? Rhodes again. Forward comes Hill, plays that safely in the offside to Emilio Gay. It must have been around about the... He's not featuring anything. Maybe it was 2000, something like that. James Brinkley, there's his name.
Worcestershire.
Yeah, 1 season at Durham. They ring him up at the end of the season and play a prank on him for a recording that we played out at the end of season awards night.
Did he respond well to it?
Oh, he took it hook, line and sinker. Basically, Durham had been playing at Lord's, and one morning they got a taxi to the ground, and he got out the car, and the taxi drove off, and the door was still open, and took the door off the taxi, or damaged the door. And then the day after, he stood up to pay as the taxi came to a grinding halt. The rain starts anew over here, and he fell backwards and his backside went through the passenger window. So I was given his phone number. He was still living in Worcestershire at the time, and I rang him up and I pretended to be from a debt collection agency in London working on behalf of this taxi company. Well, he took it all hook, line and sinker, and then I asked him what he did for a living because we were going to have to start court proceedings, and he said he was a cricketer, and so I said, how on earth can anybody make money out of cricket? What do you really do? And he wasn't happy with that. And I said, you'll be telling me Scotland have got a cricket team next? He said, they do, I play for them. And I was like, I really don't trust you now. Anyway, when I eventually told him who it was, it took ages before I think the penny dropped, but...
Did he not get the accent? Did he not?
I did a Cockney accent.
Oh, you put one on?
Yeah.
I got you.
So...
Is it a good one you've got?
It was back then, yeah. I was from Fisher and Worth Boxing Club in Millwall. That one's gone through to the keeper, shortish ball. Anyway, his wife was in on it as well, so she knew what was going on. And I think I rang up and she answered the phone and I explained, and she said, oh yeah, I'll put him on. So played it out at the dinner, it went down well. I think among the guests at that dinner were Peter Reid and Bobby Robson. I think he only had the 1 season for Durham. I have found a scorecard which features Shoaib Akhtar against Derbyshire. In comes Rain, full length ball on middle and leg, and it's turned off to square leg for 1. I've said it before and I'll say it again, but there's absolutely nothing for doing for Durham with the ball here. It's been a familiar story, not just this year, but in recent seasons. Things just go flat. 120 overs they've bowled now. Last week against Worcestershire was 174. Right, Durham against Derbyshire. Toad Sport League, Division 2, 45 over match. It was the 31st of May 2004. I remembered it being a bank holiday, so it was Whit Week bank holiday. I was covering it. Derbyshire were 4 for 4, 5 for 10, 6 for 19, 7 for 39, 8 for 40, 9 for 41, and eventually all out for 82.
Wow, a good last wicket partnership.
Yeah. Short ball from Rain, pulled out through deep mid-wicket and away through acres of space for 4 to the western terrace. Hill with the shot. Moves him on to 66, 414 for 7. The lead is 88, I think that is. Is that 88? 68. 68. Shoaib Akhtar. 4 wickets for 15 runs in 9 overs, 3 maidens. Neil Killeen, 2 for 5 in 8.3 overs, 7 maidens.
Yeah, I should imagine that. I'll just hand it back to you there, Martin.
Rain in with a short one that's left alone.
Yeah, sometimes when you've got, I can remember like when a lad called Kevin Emery bowled with Malcolm Marshall at Hampshire, that sometimes when you got Macker at one end and you went for the other one who was a less pace, you just try and smack them around a bit and think you get your runs at that end. And then it may well be that, like when Neil, I mean, obviously we all know Neil is a top bowler, that batters might think, I'm not going to get many off Shoaib Akhtar, he's a bit quick, we'll try and get him off Neil Killeen, and that might help him pick a few wickets up, because that happened for Kevin.
You're on about Stephen Kirby, because I met him when he was at Gloucestershire by the time Durham won the county championship in 2009, so they played in that first pink ball MCC champion county match in Abu Dhabi. So the year before they played the MCC at Lords, and it rained most of the match, was sort of Easter week, and they only got about 2 days in. So they moved to Abu Dhabi, played under the floodlights for the first time with a pink ball, and Steve Kirby was part of the MCC team. He was playing for Gloucestershire at the time. Shafiqullah Ghaffari has replaced Rhodes from the rugby stand end. The first ball skids in low on Thompson. He just keeps it out late there. Mervyn says the MCC hat will be suitably cared for over the winter. Winter well, Mervyn. In comes Ghaffari again. That skids in low as well. He's kept that out around about off stump there, Thompson. Yeah, so Steve Kirby played in that one. Alex Skidman, who's Will's a Durham coach now. His brother Alex was the captain of Gloucestershire at the time. There's a lot of sort of Middlesex, Surrey, Gloucestershire players in that side. Next ball's turned away towards square leg by Thompson. Is that off the bat? Yes, it is. He gets a single. He moves on to 26, 415 for 7. But Steve's an absolute fitness fanatic, and I remember him doing sit-ups on the pitch, and he was doing tons of them, and he was so athletic and streamlined. He's now in the coaching team at Somerset, isn't he? Yeah.
Well, I was at Derbyshire, wasn't he? We did the MCC.
Yeah.
Young cricketers. Went to Derbyshire, and now he's at Somerset.
Yeah. Next ball's played up to mid-on, no run there. It was Jimmy Foster captained that MCC team, the Essex wicketkeeper batsman. James Middlebrook, the spinner, played in it. He just left Essex to go to Northants at the time.
Yeah.
Next ball is bowled by Ghaffari and played by Hill up to long off to hog for 1. It's going well for Yorkshire, this, in terms of just eating up time and surviving, because they're doing a perfectly good job, these two. The partnership's 59. They have been together now for a substantial amount of times, about 130 deliveries. 130 deliveries for Hill, 102 deliveries for this partnership, make that 103 now, as Thompson just plays it up to hog again for a single. And they're just playing it out around the square and going for the gaps and going for ones, and Scoreboard ticks over to a lead of 71 now at 417 for 7.
Just watching that over on the screen here, if Ghaffari gets it right here, he'll make it very challenging for Jordan Thompson, because there's those footholds there.
Yeah.
He's pitched a couple in them, and it's been quite challenging for him. So if he gets it right there, it won't be easy for Jordan. That's obviously the reason why he's bowling around the wicket, so he can do that.
I've just seen something during the lunch interval, and I've never heard of this before, but a rare bird has flown in from wherever on the seafront near where I live, Whitburn. There's loads of twitchers have turned up. There's rain starting new over here, bowling to Thompson, dot ball. If I can find it.
Well, the way you've spoken about the Roca Riviera, yeah. I'm sure it's attractive to all sorts of species.
Yeah, if we get a bit of windy weather off the sea, you get a lot of rare birds in the bushes around our estate, and sometimes you see a couple of twitchers out the back over the back wall with huge telescopic lenses and stuff. And Palliser's warbler came in from Russia one time, and rain comes around the wicket and bowls. This is defended. No run there. This was a something wheatier, a Bellastein's wheatier or something. I've never heard of one.
You need to ask the former Yorkshire second team scorer, Mike Snook, about that.
Oh.
He knew everything about the bird life.
Rain comes around the wicket and bowls. Oh, and Thompson's totally lost sight of that and just turned his back on it. It hits him in the arm, I think. Yeah, so the twitchers are all lined up near Latimer's. Near Latimer's seafood place at Whitburn. There's quite a lot of them on the beach down there. Rain comes in and bowls. That is defended as well on off stump. Was it about a year or so ago, an eagle owl flew into our window. It was an Arctic eagle owl or something, very rare, and it's sat on our porch for a few hours until it pulled itself together and flew off again. The neighbours got a photograph of it, but we were at work. It's amazing how many miles these birds can end up off course in bad weather.
It's funny you mention this, because a few years ago, with a couple of friends, my wife and I went up to Holy Island.
Oh yeah, lovely there. Next ball from Rain is turned by Thompson down towards a long leg for a single.
Obviously up your part of the world, and we did some walking on the Cheviot Way.
Cheviot Way, yeah.
Cheviot, is it?
Cheviot, yeah.
And we'd taken two cars, so we could leave one at the end and then walk to it, and then one we were going to pick a car. It was dusk one evening, and I was driving, and a barn owl flew with me about a yard away from me. I had my window open, and it flew with me for about a minute. I was driving, and I could see it out of my...
Yeah.
It was absolutely unbelievable. It was fantastic.
Rain comes in, short one, pulled away off towards deep square. Oh, it's misfielded. Misfielded on the boundary, and it's gone for 4. It was going pretty quickly. David Beddingham came racing in, slid down and slid past it. 4 runs. End of the over. So Hill has 71, Thompson 28. This partnership's 65. The lead is 76, 422 for 7.
Thanks to David Attenborough there. He was just having a breather for half an hour. Just seen the cleaner's trolley out the back. I wonder if, when they say things like dance like no one's watching, don't they, or whatever, sing like no one's listening. I wonder if when there's nobody in the building, the cleaner gets on that, because it's a proper big wheels as well. I wonder if she has a ride down the corridor as quick as she can.
Have you been in Morrison's recently?
Yes, I think so.
Ghaffari bowling here to Thompson.
Other supermarkets?
Well, I don't know if other supermarkets
available.
do this. This is the thing. I was in the Morrisons a few weeks ago at Dalton Park in Durham at Merton, and I could hear this noise, and I'm thinking, what's that? When I turned around, there was a robot cleaner coming towards me, which was, I certainly wasn't expecting to see it. It was coming up the aisle, and it obviously had a camera on the front, and it sort of sensed me and stopped, and we had this bit of a standoff, and then I stepped aside and it moved on again. And then my local store last week, I could hear a noise, and there's another robot coming round the corner, so they must have rolled them out at all their stores. Ghaffari again, full toss, hammered away for 4, down on one knee, slam from Hill. He's heading for 100 here. He's on 75 now, and that was absolutely right out the meat of the bat.
Yeah, not his best ball, but one of his best shots for George. Dismissive. Good partnership this. Really has kicked Yorkshire on. Durham giving this up, Marty?
Well, I feel they gave up weeks ago, to be honest with you. The demeanour in the field and just the lack of a cutting edge with the ball. But I go back to what I was wondering. Did they honestly think there was not going to be a relegation this year because Durham had pushed forward that plan to restructure the county championship? But they've been flat for weeks. I mean, this is not just a recent thing. This has been going on since June. It's left alone. I mean, it's basically out of their hands, isn't it, really, now? It's happening with Hampshire. Hampshire 43 for none, need another 138 to beat Surrey. If that happens, then Durham have to win here, and I can't see a way in which they can win here, so. Fiery balls, it's gone off to the covers, no run there. I mean, the body language, looking around, and even first thing this morning, they weren't up on their toes, were they? They just seemed flat, didn't it?
Yeah, it's felt a bit like that, a bit quiet for the day. So, end of that 123rd over, Yorkshire 81 up now, 427 for 7. 2 for 103 from 20 overs. So going at 5s. Daniel Hogg, 67, is going to bowl from this Kirkstall Lane end.
From the Kirkstall Lane end, Daniel.
Bowling here to Jordan Thompson. Can get in touch on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk or at Jonathan Doidge on X or jonathandoidge.bsky.social if you're on Blue Sky. Hogg then round the wicket, right arm, and Jordan Thompson plays that comfortably towards gully. No run. Last I saw, Surrey were without a wicket, and that's still the case. In fact, Hampshire going at nearly 4 and over, 47 without loss after 12 now. Hogg makes his way in past umpire O'Shaughnessy, short, pinged away through square cover by Jordan Thompson off the back foot. He's only going to get the 1 run for it because there is a sweeper out there in the form of Ghaffari. 30 now to Jordan. It was good to hear from Tomo Senior, from Steve. Green Lane Cricket Club. Way back when. I wonder if that was would that be the old Green Lane ground, Tomo, if you're still with us? Or would it be Nunroyd Park? It'd be Nunroyd Park, I would think, by then, wouldn't it? Yeah. Hogg in and bowling, pulled by George Hill, and that couple of runs he's going to get here takes him to his highest score of the season, 77 now, surpassing his previous 75. 430 for 7. He's had 4 previous first-class tons, George. Taps his baton weights, and in comes Hogg again. Short, pulled again by George Hill. That's 4. Not a good delivery by Hogg. And an open invitation to crack it away for a boundary to a player who's been out there for 209 minutes of batting. Floodlights, ordinary light or not, you're not going to miss out on those. Two to come in the over. Lead now up to 88. Then making his way in once again, wide of off stump. Beautiful shot. That's even better from George Hill. Just waited and took that pretty much square on, opened the face and guides it away through backward point for 4 more. Down towards the Rhinos club shop. 85 now for George Hill. Rich Mallin said, afternoon JD and all. Firstly, sincere thanks for your coverage this summer. Though work sadly often means I can't tune in as often as I'd like. County cricket, this most wonderful thing, is still the soundtrack of my summer. Turning to the game, we're in good shape to get what we need from this and save our Division 1 status. Richard, of course, a Yorkshire supporter. That's wide of off stump and Hill leaves. And I think we all thought that was the final ball of the over, but they're sticking with it out there. Thanks, Rich. So 1 more for Hogg. He's gone for 78 now. There we go. They've checked, in actual fact, that was 6 balls bowled, and the over is complete before that final delivery. And as I thought so, it was 0.2 left. Ben Rain just leaves the field of play. So 21 overs, 4 maidens, none for 78 for Hogg. And Ghaffari is going to continue at the Howard stand end. On blue sky, Ben Crossland, good afternoon to you, says greetings from a very sunny Newcastle, here to watch some proper rugby. Newcastle Red Bull versus Saracens. Wrong code, I'm afraid. As Ghaffari's in and Thompson defends. Back at Headingley tomorrow for the denouement of this excellent game. So sad that one of us, Yorkshire or Durham, has to be relegated, he says. Ghaffari round the wicket. Edged by Jordan Thompson along the deck. Fielded at third man. No run. Mighty Mariners says, hoping Yorkshire can win. What do you think of the signing for Sarah Glenn for the Yorkshire women? As Thompson defends his latest Ghaffari delivery. I think she's a very, very good signing. You're going to go back up to the elite level. You want to be as competitive as you can. And Sarah with plenty of international experience. Class player. And she should serve the county well as Thompson plays this one to Ghaffari in his follow through. Jordan on 30 so far from 62 deliveries. You don't often see many Tomo knocks that are going at less than a 50% strike rate. And he's getting across to this one as well and playing it out backward a point, and there is no run.
It's a baby. Can you hear a baby?
Ghaffari again, and Thompson drops that down at his feet to complete the over then. At 438 for 7. The lead now 92.
There's a big music festival on in Sunderland City Centre tomorrow, the Stages Festival. I hope the weather's good for them. Taking up all of the Keele Square area around the City Hall, which was a massive fan festival site for the Women's Rugby World Cup a few weeks ago. It was absolutely bouncing the place. Thousands there. Here's Hogg coming in the bowl to Hill on 85. Hill plays the ball up to Lees at mid-on, no run there. So the lead is 92. And Hampshire are now 55 for none against Surrey, so Durham are going to need skookers. Hogg comes bounding in again, right arm over, bowls, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket to Beddingham, who's over where the nets strips are. So 4-3-9 for 7 now, the lead 93. Hill on 86. Thompson on strike on 30. Partnership is 82. That's what it's called. Comes Hogg again, round the wicket to Thompson, he defends that. So the bird which has been spotted on the coast near where I live is called an Isabella wheatear. A wheat eater, never heard of it. Very rare bird, and it's lots of twitchers have turned up on the beach at Woodburn to photograph this thing.
A wheat eater? No.
Yeah,
I've heard of a wheat ear, but never a wheat eater.
Isabella wheat eater. With a little hop and escape as he starts his run up. Comes in and bowls. That's gone down the leg side, taken by the keeper.
Just shuffling across. Jordan Thompson towards off stump to try and open up that favoured leg side. And there is what probably from where he's standing, a pretty sizable gap as well through mid-wicket.
Sounds like a dustbin lorry or something. Here comes Hogg again. That's played down towards third man. Rhodes chases after it. Thompson is going to get one run. Takes him on to 31. What you got on after this then, Doidgy, when the cricket bats are put away for the winter? The linseed oil goes back in the cupboard.
The diary's out because somebody's just messaged me asking me if I'll go do a shift for them one weekend. Yeah, a bit of general news, bit of BBC Sports news, bit of William Hill bookmaker service, bit of horse racing for the Independent.
Complaining about the ball again now. This will be the new ball. Came in last night, that was replaced this morning, then the replacement was replaced a few minutes ago, and now they're looking at this one. Oh, we're back to the dodgy boxes of balls from 3 years ago, and they've handed that one back to them and said get on with it.
A few events going on with Bumble again during the winter.
Bumble?
Maybe some with actually Giles as well.
Right.
So, yeah, a fair bit going on, Marty.
Bumble's over sort of north of York now, isn't he? Over that way. Sheriff Hutton Bridge way around there somewhere.
The east side, really.
Yeah, east side, is it? Next ball is clipped away by Hill. Out towards deep point to Clark for one. Sheriff Hutton Bridge there. Don't Yorkshire Seconds sometimes play there? No? Did they not play out that way? I thought they played some second team games there.
Not at Sheriff Hutton Bridge. You're thinking of Stamford Bridge?
That's it, Stamford Bridge. Yeah, wrong bridge.
Yeah, so the question is, do I want to work a 14-hour day on Saturday the 11th of October, Marty? What do you think, lads? Shall I do a 14-hour day that day?
Well...
Sharpie says yeah. Ghaffari, over the wicket, bowling to George Hill, who turns that one to mid-wicket. and there is no run.
14-hour shift. It's a long one.
Well, it's not. This is. It would be shift 2, working for 2 different organisations over 14 hours on the same day. I'll take it to a vote. Ghaffari is in, and George Hill works that one through mid-wicket for a single. He's on to 88, and the partnership now worth 85. As the field switches around for Jordan Thompson. Man's been sent back way down long leg as well as long on and mid-wicket. If he gets hold of one, none of them will be able to get their hands on it, but he just tickles one around the corner off his pad. Leg by, says Michael Burns. 443.7. It was a bit quiet earlier on today, wasn't it? But maybe after lunch and who knows, a glass of red or something down below us. There's there's a bit of jollification.
Do you only drink Pimm's in the summer, or can you drink it in the winter?
Sure, you're asking the wrong person there. It's Hill defended one.
Hey?
Final ball, penultimate ball of the over. Ghaffari to Hill. Watches one carefully from the hand and lets it go through to the gloves of Ollie Robinson. So last ball of the 127th.
Oh, he's
bowled him. George Hill playing all round one there. I think he yorked himself more or less. He'll be disappointed, 12 runs short of what would have been his first 100 for quite some time. But nonetheless, he's come up with his personal best for the 2025 campaign. Save the best till last, George. Bowled by Ghaffari, who picks up his second wicket. 221 minutes of batting, 149 balls, 14 fours. Well played, George Hill.
Sounds like there's more here than what it looks like, if you know what I mean, doesn't it?
Well, there's sort of plenty down on this lip and to the left, isn't there? They're just slightly out of our view because of the wall. But the northeast stand is very well populated, you'd say. The east stand's not too bad, and a smattering elsewhere. So 443 for 8. The game moves on, although not particularly quickly, and Yorkshire, of course, with a healthy lead now. Still Matt Milnes, who's walking out now, and Jack White to come. It was a long and patient stay at the crease by George, who played with restraint for a fair bit of it, but as we saw as well, quite happy to put any freebies away. Just looking through his score charts, as it were. As I said, highest of the campaign. His most recent 100 came against Middlesex here last year, that 169 not out.
That partnership was worth 86. It's taking the lead to 97. It's the last ball of the over as well. Here comes Hogg around the wicket here to bowl to Thompson on 31. Not a grey, lowish cloud around at the moment. The floodlights remain on. The red lights on the tops of the cranes in Leeds are pretty obvious at the moment. Another flight coming in towards Leeds Bradford, or is it taking off? I can't see it. Yeah, sometimes the ones we hear, they're coming in to land, and others we hear they've just taken off and they're doing a sort of circle and arcing around to head off down to the west and the south. Can't see it though. Hogg around the wicket, bowls, played up to Lees this time by Thompson. Mervyn thinks another 60 runs or so could see Durham into an innings defeat territory. It's not that kind of track though, is it? That's the thing.
No.
It's just a very flat track. From up here, there's lots of footmarks and stuff, but there's one or two balls deviated from the spinners in them, but not much.
I think that's the point of a hybrid, isn't it? I guess, just to hold it together, that the artificial bit.
Hog balls down the leg side, a good one-handed take by Ollie Robinson, diving across to his right-hand side. When's Kevin due back on? Is he on soon? I've lost sort of track of where we are.
About 5 minutes,
5 minutes. He's sort of loitering.
Yeah.
I can see him out the corner of my eye. He sort of shuffles ever closer every minute or so, just to leave you a little bit uncomfortable. 4-4-3 for 8. Hog bowling here to Thompson on 31. Comes round the wicket from the Kirkstall lane and played off towards point. No run there.
Did you know he coached Joe Root, by the way?
Did he? I don't think he continued his coaching chat when I sat down with him.
No?
We moved on to other things. I might have inadvertently steered him away from that. Two balls left of the over. It's got rather gloomy again with this big thick cloud sitting over us. Hogg comes in, pitches that up too much, and it's drilled away for 4. Thompson waited for that to come onto the bat and just smashed it back past the bowler for 4 up to our end of the ground. Takes him on to 35. 4-4-7 for 8.
Famous cricketing stories is we'll get him in ones, and it's a well-hackneyed tale now that once in a net, Kevin Sharp said to Joe Root, you don't have to swish at that outside off stump, you can just run it down to third man, and 15,000 runs later through third man.
We'll go around the wicket, turned away down towards fine leg for 1 run for Thompson, takes him on to 36, and Yorkshire nearly up to 450, but there's no more bonus points to be had. They ended quite a while ago. Yorkshire were 374 for 7 when the 110 overs came.
Ben Rain just coming back on the field. Ghaffari, buoyed by that 3rd wicket of the match for him. 3 for 104 now from 22 overs and 2 maidens. He's going to continue at the Howard stand end, bowling to Jordan Thompson. Matt Milne's yet to get off the mark, but more than capable with the bat if he is able to get in. It's a bit gloomy at the moment. No problem with the spinners. Jordan Thompson opens a face and finds Ben Rain backward point there to do the fielding, then checks the bottom of his blade. Happy enough, and sets himself again that slightly open stance, flexes at the knee. In comes Ghaffari. Thompson gets a good contact on this one, but straight to Emilio Gay, who is shortish extra cover. Long on and long off, both out. Still the cover sweeper, mid-wicket sweeper, and man on the boundary edge, deep backward square leg. Another dot ball there. Jordan is looking to try and make a bit of room, but Ghaffari following him. Again, and this time just outside off stump. Thompson content to defend. Bit of movement of coffees and beers around the ground. People making their way back to the seats. Don't want to leave this one just yet. Top coat order. As he comes round the wicket now to Jordan. That one turns sharply. Played that well down to long on. Another single. 37 to Jordan Thompson, 449 for 8. Mills with the opportunity to get off the mark. Very great.
Oh, Derek's message
all
to say
round.
Hampshire have lost a wicket. I think it still might be too little too late though.
Well, after what happened in the Sussex-Worcestershire game, you never say never. 60 odd for 7, knocking those off. as Milnes easy to ball away, backward of point, but David Bedingham is there to field. End of the over.
Oh, I looked at the wrong
49 for 8.
I looked at the wrong scorecard then. Suddenly thought Hampshire was 7 down, but no, they're not. 60 for 1 or something like that. Right, I'm going. See you later.
Got given a card as well by Brian on the way in this morning. A card about Ted Peat, 1855 to 1900, Yorkshire and England, it says on it. I think they might be having a chat about the light here, you know, any sec. While they're doing that, I think there's been a funding page to raise money for a headstone for Ted Peat, who is buried in Yeadon Cemetery, which is up in my neck of the woods, pretty much on the end of the Leeds Bradford Airport runway, just by the side of Yeadon Dam or Tarn, whichever you prefer. Wednesday the 22nd of October at 11:30 a.m. a memorial headstone dedicated to Ted Peat will be unveiled at Yeadon Cemetery. He was the first name on the Lord's Honours Board, the last man out in the famous Oval Test that created the Ashes. Took 2 hat-tricks for Yorkshire, the best figures of 8 for 5 against Surrey. And he was Headingley's first groundsman manager. Short ball from Hogg, first up there to Jordan Thompson. He's dropped into the offside, no run. And he had a pretty impressive record. And obviously, in a sense, being buried without a headstone at the end of Leeds Bradford Airport runway in Yeadon Cemetery, Kev, forgotten man. But Hogg round the wicket, bowls here to Jordan Thompson, who tucks up the front knee and works one back of square. You get a single. 450. It's the acknowledgement from the crowd's applause there. Milnes just gets a few words of wisdom from Jordan Thompson before he takes on this first delivery. I should also give a shout out as well, of course, to 10 Drunks and a Parson, The Life and Times of Ted Peat, which came out back in May on Pitch Publishing, which is by Ian Lockwood. Well worth a read. So if you want to get yourself to that, then I'm guessing the fact that I was given that card means that you're welcome to do so and go and celebrate Ted Peat with a kind of belated send-off, I suppose it is in a way, and a memorial to his cricketing life and influence with Yorkshire and England. As in comes Hogg, and that's dropped into the offside by Matt Milnes. He's yet to get off the mark, there's no run.
There's been a few legends in Yorkshire cricket over the years, hasn't there?
There has.
Chatting to one yesterday. Had a long chat with Jeffrey yesterday.
How is he?
Down in the Oak Street. He's doing well, I'd say. Chatted away.
Straight delivery from Hogg, played to mid-on by Milnes, no run. Yeah, one of the greats, no doubt. What was it like having a partnership with Jeffrey? What was it like out there in the middle? Was there much chat?
Well, he was interested. I mean, I've said this to you many times before, that he used to tell me that left-handers get all the bad balls, of course.
Yeah.
And that was a game.
Short ball here, which Milnes ducks underneath. End of the over, 450 for 8.
So we're playing Surrey in a Champo game here. And it was a kind of low, slow wicket. You know how difficult it was to bat at Headingley back in those days, don't you? I've said this.
Very, very difficult, yeah. Incredibly so. Bumps, by the way, sorry to interrupt you, but they're having a chat again here. And it isn't great at the moment, especially if you're getting Somebody like Daniel Hogg pinging it round your lug holes. But they are going to continue. Sorry, go on with stories of Jeffrey.
Yeah, so we're playing Surrey, and Surrey, it was the first day of a Champo match, and they'd bowled beautifully for 2 hours, and we were something ridiculous like 60 for 1 at lunch, a real entertaining sort of knock. Boyce was about 30 not out, I was about 10 not out.
Ghaffari to Thompson, who nudges one around the corner. He wants a second here, but he's not going to get back for one.
And they hadn't bowled a bad ball all morning. You know, it was really tough, and the wicket wasn't easy to score on. So, anyway, we got out after lunch, and a chap called Graham Monkhouse was bowling, lad from Cumbria way, blonde-haired lad, played for Surrey. And
Ghaffari to Milnes, who goes back foot, but finds cover, no run.
And so the first ball after lunch I was facing, and Graham bowled me a wide half volley that I whacked through extra cover for 4. It's the first ball we'd really been given to hit, really, and Jeff didn't really respond to this. And so
again, Mills defends.
Next ball I got a full of length, straight half volley that I punched back past Graham for 4 as well, and I jogged down the wicket and jogged towards Jeff, and he said flipping left-handers.
Ghaffari in again. Milnes will get off the mark with this, which he's driven square. Hogg fields, but they get back for 2.
Flipping left-handers getting all the bad balls again. So, thanks, Jeff. Not a good shot or well played or anything like that. Just a flipping left-handers. So anyway, next ball I got a leg stump half volley again. Clipped it for 4 through mid-wicket. He turned his back on me.
Ghaffari to Milnes, who's forward and defending back to the bowler.
So I ran right down the other end. He got his back to me. I put my arm round him. He's right non-striker then. I said, Jeff, he's bowled me another one. He's bowled me another one. Get lost, get away from me, he said.
Ghaffari in again, and Milnes defending to complete the over at 453 for 8.
Yeah, but I have to say I had a very good relationship with him. You know, I travelled when I went to live in Wakefield, and he lived out at Woolley there. We used to travel a lot, and I can remember I got a little Cortina car, but he'd got this lovely BMW power steering. It was power steering BMW, and I can remember I drove it. I used to want to drive it because it was like beautiful to drive. But you know, with power steering now, I nearly drove us straight into a hedge within 20 minutes when I left his house. He gave me a bit of a
boy racer.
Yeah.
They're coming off for bad light. While Kev was talking there, they've just checked with the light meter on the stumps at the Howard stand end of the ground, and to a few boos from the crowd at 27 minutes past 2 on day 3. We have another stoppage due to bad light, and if they're going off now, not that I'm saying I'm writing off the day or anything, because it is still only in the afternoon session, but there'll need to be a fairly appreciable change, I would have thought, Kev, and it looks pretty set in for a little while anyway.
Yeah, it does. Just looking away to our left over the east stand, it's similar skies, so let's watch this space, I guess, and let's see what happens over the next half hour.
Meanwhile, Steeton CC. You ever play at Steeton?
Yeah, I think I did a long time ago. I can't remember what happened there. Must have got some wickets. Surely.
You've probably got some runs. It's always been a decent deck there. Hope you winter well, Doyd. You're going to miss the cricket, but we'll soon be spring. And let us know if you've got some events with Ashley Giles. We'd be interested. There you go. That's a pleasure to do a bit of business with you. And Josh says, I'll be at Belper Town tomorrow. What? So we'll miss your comms. Just a huge thank you again for the comms this season. I have PTSD, and your commentary is a lifeline for me as I work from home. Thank you. I think we got this. Thanks, Josh. Well, enjoy Belper Town, but don't enjoy it too much that you won't come back and watch Yorkshire again in the future. Meanwhile, before we do take a break while they're off for bad light, let's just run through the scores from elsewhere. Hampshire have lost a second wicket. They still need a further 115 runs to win. What happens if that's a tie, Marty? Have you worked out that one yet? It's 8 points for a tie, isn't it? Just like a draw. Yeah, you're right. I think it is. So Hampshire 66 for 2. They need 115 more to win with those 8 wickets remaining in that match against Surrey. Vital, really, particularly to Durham, the way this is shaping up, but still to both sides. Northamptonshire 19 for 1 against Leicestershire in their second innings. Need a further 482 to win that. After Leicestershire declared at 260 for 5 in their second innings. Div 1, Somerset have bowled Essex out with a 5-run lead, and they've now gone back in front themselves. Somerset 14 without loss, lead by 9. It's the innings break at Lords. Gloucestershire all out for 286. They're 348 behind Middlesex. So they haven't avoided the follow on and may be asked to bat again there, we'll see. At Sophia Gardens, 174 for 6. Glamorgan second time around at just 65 in front.
Early tea will be taken at 25 to 3.
There we go.
Will be taken at 25 to 3.
With no prospect of play before 25 to 3, they're going to take an early tea here at 25 to 3, so that'll be through until 5 to 4 when they're back out. Sorry, 5 to 3 when they're back out for the final session of the day, which could end up being a marathon one if the light holds. Back with the scores, and Warwickshire 121 for 9 are just 5 runs ahead of Notts with that 1 wicket left, so that should be wrapped up fairly quickly today with a Nottinghamshire win, just to add a bit of extra icing on the cake of winning the title. And finally, innings break at Canterbury as well, where Kent have been bowled out for 271. They may be asked to bat again, perhaps, because they're 427 behind Derbyshire. Keep our eyes on those as we can during the rest of the day. But for now, there you go then. We're having an early tea in 4 minutes' time. We have to wait until 25 for the tea break. Then we'll have another 20 minutes. So they'll have lost an over or two at this point. And we'll be back, if the light is good enough to start again, at 5 to 3 for the final session on day 3. Welcome back then. Pleased to say that they are going to resume, albeit what's a couple of minutes later now than the official resumption of 2:55. I have to keep checking that. It's a bit early to be going back on after tea, isn't it? But anyway, we're pleased that that they are. Marty Potts, he's going through a few stretches. He's going to bowl then from the Kirkstall lane end. Jordan Thompson on 39, Matt Milnes on 2. So off they went at 2:27, and they've been off for pretty much half an hour then, with 20 minutes of that taken out for tea. 51 overs according to the scoreboard remain. Kevin Sharp alongside again.
Well, if they bowl 51 overs in the session,
it's going to be a fairly lengthy session.
They're going to need a couple of drinks breaks, aren't they?
Yeah, looking at the cloud cover, I'd be surprised if they continue without any further breaks. Jordan Thompson is immediately adding to his score with a shot backward of point, 1 run. He's on to 40. That'll be 454 for 8. I gave you those scores elsewhere just before we left you previously. Since then, Hampshire are now 4 down for 94.
It's not all over, is it?
It's nearly 87 to win with 6 wickets remaining. Let's see who's doing the damage. Matthew Fisher did a bit of that with the bat, the back end of the innings. He hasn't yet picked up a wicket. Potts bowling there to Milnes, who defends into the offside. 2 wickets for Chahar and 2 for Dan Lawrence. So 94 for 4. They're just teasing the two teams here, in particular Durham at the moment, in that Surrey-Hampshire match, but definitely not all over.
It's a funny old game, as they say. You never know.
Here's Potts again. She'll lead 108 runs as Milnes has to jab down on one that doesn't bounce as much as he thought it might. 4 down. 4. It's almost like the crowd who are here, they just want to make sure, not leaving until we've secured our future. It's one of those, isn't it, really? Ooh, now then, Potts thuds one into the pads of Matt Milnes, who was trying to work it round the corner. Leg by, going down, and it was only a lone single man half-hearted appeal. We've just been talking about the Tour de France. I often walk past the point on the hedgerow in Leeds where it's painted on the road, it's on the cycle path, I think, actually now, as it is, that tells you the date on which it departed from there. Yeah. Tour de France Grand Depart.
I've seen it go through Skipton once.
Short ball, Thompson ducks underneath it, through to the gloves of Robinson. You saw the Tour de France go through Skipton.
What do you think about that?
I saw it go through Addingham and Menston.
Yeah. You don't live far from there, do you? You didn't have to travel far.
No. Was that before you went down to Worcester when it was on, or just after?
No, we were in Worcester.
Yeah.
It's not that long ago, a few years ago, but it's not that long ago.
As Potts bowling to Thompson, punches that one to Emilio Gay. Short extra cover to complete the over at 455 for 8, a lead of 109. Was it 2014? Was it 14 or 15, the Tour de France in this country? 14.
Yeah, that seems about right. Because we even when we were in Worcester, we'd always come up for a week in the close season and have a week in the Dale somewhere. You know, it's always been in the old DNA, that. A bit nearer now, I can do it whenever I want. Onto Ilkley Moor by Tap the other day, it was lovely. Had to walk along the tops there, across top of Addingham and up to the old bench where the old the two guys had the accident in the plane. years ago. And there's a plaque there for them at the far end of the Mogul as it goes down into Silsden.
Here's Ghaffari, driven by Milnes, but back to the bowler. Okay, I'm aware of that, I've got to say. Not been from that, if you like, close locally.
I believe it was the Second World War.
Ghaffari's in, Milnes has got hold of this one, and he's hit it a long way through the leg side for 4 runs.
Yes, he's dragged that one down, hasn't he? And that's a bit of a gift. Dispatched it beautifully.
Yeah, we saw him to good effect. I think it was a final T20 match down at Leicester when he got hold of a few and put them in that general area. 2 or 3 sixes. Ghaffari bowling again. Milnes gets an edge and is caught. Caught by Matty Potts at slip. 461 for 9 now, Yorkshire, and Milnes has gone for 8 in the 133rd over.
Yeah, it's a good position for Yorkshire now. I mean, it's hard to see that the game will change its course, but of course, you can never count the chickens before they hatch, and I think you're right. The old Yorkshire faithful out there in the East Stand are going to see this out. They'll want full security before they leave.
Yeah, just Jack White then left for Yorkshire, along with Jordan Thompson, who's out there. Wonder if that might change JT's slightly more suspect approach than we normally used to see him play. He might have a dip now.
Well, of course, 2 left-handers at the crease, that'd be right, wouldn't it? And as Jeff said, the left-handers get all the bad balls, so you never know, there might be a few more runs in this for us.
Yeah, could be a bit of Thompson turning it on. He's on 40 off 85 so far, a 6 and 4 fours. Jack White. Yes, by the very nature of his position in the batting order, number 11. He wouldn't have the most sparkling card against his name. Let's just go back through his season while he's having a chat with JT.
That is a better number 11 than they were 30 years ago. Is it Ola?
Taking his guard, he seems happy enough. He's got a slip and leg slip in place. Ben Rain's got in at leg slip. Portsu took the catch. Has moved the other side for the left-hander at slip. Ghaffari round the wicket. Ball does turn. And Jack White defends. He's scored 54 runs in his Yorkshire career so far, Jack. At 10.8 with the highest of 18 in 13 previous knocks, 8 of which has seen him finish undefeated. So he's only been out 5 times this year. He turns that one to leg, no run.
Well, he doesn't need to score any runs here. What he's got to do is stay in for Jordan, I think, and let Jordan do the run scoring and stay in for him.
Ghaffari is in, and he turns that one square on the leg side. There is an easy one out to bedding, but they're going to turn it down. So I think that is a show of intent from Jordan, who wants to try and boss things out there, and why wouldn't you? 461 for 9, 115 run lead. They're being attended by Will Luxton, who just ran on with a drink that nobody had a drink of. That was a brilliant disguise, that, Will. Well done, fantastic. I'm just bringing you a drink out to just say, smack it out of the park for as long as you can, Tomo.
He looked as though Shawnee wanted a drink. He's going to have one. Be interesting to see what happens now. I mean, Yorkshire, when they do get bowled out, which I'm sure will happen at some point this afternoon.
Potts to Thompson. Solid defence.
Should Durham bat in these conditions, because it's probably bordering on the edge of coming off, it'll be a challenge for them. New ball.
Yeah.
Darkish. Interesting to see if the umpires feel as though it has deteriorated when they come out.
Potts to Thompson, who leaves one wide of off stump. So we're going to be playing that bit of cat and mouse, aren't we? A few leaves, a few blocks. Ball 5 and 6 runs come into play. Get yourself down the other end. And
Looks
see if your number 11 can hold out for a bit longer. Everybody back on the boundary edge, with the exception of the slip, the bowler, and Alex Lee's just down to our right. It was about 15 yards in from long off. Now then, Jordan Thompson's had a swing, or a flick at this really, to try and get it away into the leg side. Matthew Potts can't believe that's not out, and he's got the double teapot on. Didn't feel like it, did it? Not like they nailed on this morning, but you can see from Matthew Potts' angle, at the point it strikes Jordan Thompson, he's in front for him, and he thinks that's out. I think there's definitely enough doubt. He might have even pitched outside leg, did it, Kev?
I think that's just pitching outside leg stump.
5 down, Marty, as you might have heard, told us with regard to the Hampshire-Surrey match. So things are moving there. Potts in. Thompson over the top of that, punches it into the deck. So we've had 4 deliveries. You would think he'll be thinking about finding himself a 1 somewhere off the next one. The field does start to close in.
I reckon he's going boundary single.
Well, he's come out with that expression a few times before to me on interviews. I'll back myself. So he probably will be backing himself to do that.
Well, men up now. He's going to go for a boundary here. He's going to go for a boundary. I can feel it in my water.
Oh, dear me. I need to go and see a medic. Thompson on 40. Short. And he sways out of the way of that one. So he's got 1 ball to try and find the single. Doesn't necessarily have to find it. Jack might find one off the first ball of the next over. And rain.
It just needs to clip it through mid-wicket, and it stops a yard short of the boundary and gets 3.
We've got Matthew Potts, an England international, with the ball. Alex Lee's an England international with the bat, and Ben Rain. The two of them are telling him what to do, and it doesn't matter because Jordan Thompson has just helped himself to a 4 through mid-wicket. Struck it well. 44 now to JT, 465 for 9. Matt Milne's the only wicket to have fallen since they went back on.
Oh no, I thought they were going to have a chat, the umpires there, but
they are.
I think
placing the light meter on at the far end there, Michael Burns. And they're going to carry on by the looks of things, because Steve O'Shaughnessy, with that little swagger that he has, is making his way across to square leg.
I sense it has slightly got worse. It'd just be so interesting if Durham come out to bat like this.
100 for 5 then, Hampshire. So 81 needed. And they've only got the 5 wickets left. As Jack White props forward to Ghaffari. I need to get myself off commentary, don't I, and let Marty back in. Getting carried away with what's going on here. So, yeah, 100 for 5. Liam Dawson, who of course finished Yorkshire's Metro Bank One Day Cup hopes just a few weeks ago, is in and batting at the moment with James Fuller. Meanwhile here, there's an appeal for LBW against Jack White from a ball that turns from the hand of Ghaffari in towards the left-hander, of course, the leggy. Chahar's got 3 wickets and Dan Lawrence the other 2 in that match down at Southampton. Ghaffari bowls. There's another appeal as White plays forward, but not especially with the bat. He'll do a bit of swapsy with 3 balls to go in the over. Jordan Thompson's just having a wander down for a word with Jack White. And there's going to be a little bit of a conflab as well among the Durham rank and file. And we're now waiting for a helmet to come out.
Just saying to the written press, if Hampshire were to lose, then basically Durham and Yorkshire just have to be Coventry City and Bristol City and just pass the ball around amongst themselves for a day.
Yep, Germany and Austria, was it, in the 82 World Cup, something like that? Yeah. 0-0.
I could end up developing a soft spot for Surrey today.
Steady on.
Yeah, I know. I think I've got a temperature as well.
Yeah, he needs to go see a doctor. I think you do as well. He's got a problem with his water, he just said.
Has he?
Yeah. Anyway, while we've got a break, I might as well do the swap, so I'll be back in a bit.
Bit of a delay while the helmet's being brought out here for Graham Clark to go in close. It's a silly point for White, who is on none. Has he faced the ball yet or not? Yes, he's faced an over. Ooh, that was a full toss, which he nearly drove back into the hands of Ghaffari. Ghaffari 4 for 114. I get a 5 for here, but no one will remember it if it's it ends in doom for Durham. That sounds like a helicopter to me. Here he comes again, bowls, White forward. They're appealing. I can't tell you where the ball's pitched there because everybody's obscuring our view. Batsman's got his back to us. There's a helicopter somewhere, but I can't see it.
It's Mountain Rescue heading towards MC Crag.
Is it? MC Crag. Well, that was up above where my mother-in-law used to live, MC.
Yeah.
Nice little village with a steam train. Ghaffari in. White plays that up to mid-off. No run there. It's the end of the over. The maiden, wasn't it? He's got through that quickly. There's quite a climb out there, isn't there, over the back of MC Crag, and then it takes you down into what's the village called? Used to be a pub with a cycle shop on the back of it, a mountain biking shop.
Well, it can get into Hetton that way, Cracow.
Something, is there something with a tree around there? It's a little village. You go up above Cracow and it's...
You get above MC Crag onto the moors, yeah. You can head towards Barden, the reservoirs, and you can head towards Burnsall, right across the top. But there's a lovely circular walk down from the lake at MC up the side of the wall, across the tops, overlooking sort of Cracow and Hetton, and then you can circular back around and come back over the crag and back into MC. It's a lovely circular walk, particularly when the heather's out in August.
Here's Potts starting a new over, bowling to Thompson, who's on 44. That's gone up to mid-off. It's Grassington, I'm thinking, around there, and Appletreewick, that was it. I knew there was a tree involved. Yeah, so I think in Appletreewick, the little pub there, Craven Arms, and at the back, the Crook Barn, that was a mountain bike shop, and the guy who ran the pub years ago basically went up onto the moors, mapped all of the moors for miles, and drew maps for all the mountain bike trails.
Okay.
And there's a memorial around there as well to Dave Rayner, former professional cyclist who died quite a few years ago now. As Potts bowls this, that's flicked up into the air and out towards deep square leg, no run taken. So Dave Rayner was from that area and used to train around there, and so they've got his family set up after he died, the Dave Rayner Memorial Fund, so lots of up-and-coming cyclists have been given bursaries and trying to help them become professionals.
Right. Well, I think the tree you're thinking about, above Grassington, there's a lovely walk that goes towards Kettlewell.
Well, the village is Apple Tree Wick.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, but there is this lone tree above Grassington heading towards Kettlewell, and it's on its own. It's
next ball's defended and goes out on the offside. Is that the road that they call Park Rash, which climbs up the Horse House?
No.
Is that not that way?
It's not ringing a bell.
No. Because Horse House is up on the top of the moors above for Kettlewell, isn't it? And then you can go across from there down towards Middleham.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a climb, that.
Yeah.
Hampshire 105 for 6.
Oh my goodness.
Potts coming in here past the umpire and bowls, driven by Thompson.
Wow.
Rain's going to cut it off. He's not going to take a run. Rain cuts it off right on the but long on. That must have hurt his fingers because that was heavy off the bottom of the bat there. One of those where the bat handle's vibrating. It's a grey old day, mucker, isn't it?
I'm just talking with Jonathan there about, challenging if the Durham batters have to come and bat in this.
Yeah.
But there'll be a few nerves in the Hampshire dressing room at the minute.
Yeah. So Hampshire are 105 for 6, so they need 76 more to win. From 131 overs at .58 and over.
I don't think that's going to come into it, is
No.
it? I think that's over today, one way or another.
Potts comes in. All the fielders have come in to try and stop Thompson getting to the other end, and indeed they do. Hogg dives on that ball in the covers. There's one ball left of this over. This is like dusk at the minute, isn't it? I know, I saw the forecast this morning. There was a lot of grey cloud drifting in over the north of England from the North Sea, but a couple of years ago, final home game of the season, it got like this one afternoon when Durham were playing Leicestershire, and they went off for a few hours and couldn't understand what was going on because there was nothing on the radar, and it transpired it was smoke from wildfires in the forests in Canada.
Really?
Yeah. Short ball here from Potts. That keeps Thompson at the far end. So
on the east coast?
They were in... Yeah, it would have been Ontario, around that area. There was wildfires in the forests, and you could... it showed you on the weather forecast that night. It showed you the satellite image, and the satellite had picked up these huge plumes of smoke rising up above Canada, and then they were sent right across the Atlantic on strong winds and came right across the north of England. And it was a gloomy day just like this.
Wow.
Of course, more recently they've had that wildfire up on the moors in North Yorkshire, haven't they? Up around...
yeah.
Was that above Whitby, wasn't it?
That way, and the Yorkshire moors.
Yeah. Here's Ghaffari to start a new over, bowling to White. White plays that short on the leg side. I think in my notes I had White was playing for Todmorden in 2021, yeah. So I was staying with some friends in Ramsbottom. I'd been to cover a Durham game at Lancashire on the Friday night in the T20 and went up to stay with my friends on the Saturday. And they said, what would you like to do today? And it was a beautiful summer's day, and I said, I want to go and watch Ramsbottom against Todmorden. And they said, are you joking? And I said, no, bit of Lancashire League cricket. Oh no, we're not into that idea. Ghaffari bowls, White turns this to mid-wicket. Anyway, they I said there's a bar. Oh, is there? So we went down there, and was it Chris Oldfield was playing for...
Yeah, former Lancashire leg spinner, yeah.
He was playing for Todmorden. White defends this on a length. But if Jack White was with Todmorden that summer, I wonder if he was playing in that game. The Todmorden opener was playing quite well, and there was an appeal for 2 stumpings, and I could see from where I was sitting that his foot was in the crease. And then the third time I thought, oh, you're out. He'd raised his foot up. So the umpire gave him out. So he went down on his knees and he put his forehead on his bat. And I thought, he's not happy about this decision. So we were sitting in the front row, and as he was walking off, I said to my friends, just be careful. And they said, why? What's wrong? And I said, I don't think he's happy. Anyway, as he's walking off, he kicked one of the silver discs, and it went flying like a missile. And then he came up past us, staring, and I thought, the dressing room's gonna get a bit of clip here, and the bat was off the wall, and he was shouting, and then somebody from the crowd came to wind him up a bit more. Anyway, he came out to sit on the boundary a little bit later on, and I was having a walk round, and so Ghaffari bowls again to White. Ooh, he's left that one. It's bounced over the off stump. They're crowding the bat here. We've got a short leg, a leg slip, first slip, and a silly point. So I saw this lad, and I said, "You obviously weren't happy." And I said, I think he was nearly at 50 or something like that. Before he comes in again and bowls. Ball hammered back to him. He stops it with one hand. And I said, if for what it's worth, I said, from where I was sitting, I said, I thought you were in on the first two appeals, and I said, you were out on the third one. He said, really? And I said, yeah. He said, because I thought I was out on the first two and in on the third. But he said he didn't like playing at Ramsbottom. I don't know if there was a bit of history between them and Todmorden. It's gone down the leg side, and it's left by White, and that's another quick over from Ghaffari, who's taken 4 for 114 in 27 overs, 4 of them maidens now. Anyway, Todmorden collapsed quite late in their innings, and Ramsbottom won it. A red hot day. It would have been about July time.
Never been to Ramsbottom.
It's a big ground. It's reminded me of one of the traditional colliery welfares that you'd have in the Durham Senior League or whatever, somewhere like Hordon, big area. There also over the wall is the football ground. They're going off a bad light again here. Well, this is a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Means we can all watch Hampshire against Surrey. Hampshire 108 for 6, need another 73 to win. So this is the third stoppage for bad light. I said it was gloomy. Got me thinking of those forest fires in Alberta, I think it might have been. Anyway, off they come.
Like once again, everybody on the floor.
Well, once again. Alex Lees is not happy with this, but you can only see one result in this game. Well, 2. I mean, Durham could still get bowled out and lose, but I can't see a scenario where Durham can win this one. But if Hampshire lose, then all Durham have to do now is draw, and they'll have enough points to stay up, which would be an irony because Durham were relegated after they beat Hampshire in the final game in 2016 and thought Hampshire had gone down, only for the ECB to give Hampshire a reprieve and relegate Durham over financial issues. So that would be quite ironic.
Well, Hampshire have, if should Hampshire get bowled out here, they'll have had a pretty rough fortnight, won't they?
Losing 2 cup finals and getting relegated, yeah. Right, well, we will start losing overs now then. There's 45 remaining. What's the time? 3:25. As things are standing, this is possibly not a bad scenario from a Durham point of view. Well, that has to be on the proviso that Hampshire lose. So 3:25, 45 overs to go today, so we're going to start losing overs now. It was going to be a long session anyway, this one, 51 overs on the board when they came back out after an early tea, having had an early lunch. I mean, they took an early tea at 2:35. To me, that's still lunchtime. Any other day of the week, I'd probably just be having a sandwich by then. But right, it's a bit of a waiting game here then, so we'll knock the mics off for the time being, and we'll let you know whenever there's any update to be had.
I've been trying to
Just to let you know, here in Leeds, the umpires are out in the middle assessing the situation and the light. It's possibly a tad brighter than it was when they went off quite a while ago, but still no play in this match in Headingley since they went off for bad light. Meanwhile, down on the south coast, Hampshire on 9 down. They are 148 for 9 and need another 33 to beat Surrey.